Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech SAP HYBRIS training course. In today's digital era, businesses strive to provide exceptional customer experiences across various channels. Let's dive into a comprehensive introduction to SAP HYBRIS, a crucial tool in the realm of e-commerce and business management. In simpler terms, SAP HYBRIS is a suite of e-commerce software solutions that enables businesses to manage their digital commerce, marketing, sales, and service operations seamlessly. It's a powerhouse in the world of online business, empowering companies to deliver exceptional customer experiences across various touchpoints. Did you know that businesses using SAP HYBRIS have reported an average increase in revenue by 40%? That's not all. Customer retention rates have seen a boost by 15%, thanks to the personalized and streamlined experiences offered by SAP HYBRIS. In today's digital age, where customer expectations are at an all-time high, providing a seamless and personalized shopping experience is crucial for businesses to stay competitive. SAP HYBRIS equips businesses with the tools to meet these expectations, driving revenue growth and fostering long-term customer relationships. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP HYBRIS, from its fundamental concepts to its advanced features. We will delve into topics such as customer experience management, omni-channel commerce, and marketing automation. By the end of this course, you will have a solid understanding of SAP HYBRIS and how it can revolutionize your business operations. Don't forget to hit that like button if you are excited to dive into the world of SAP HYBRIS with us. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to our channel for more valuable insights and tutorials on SAP HYBRIS and other cutting-edge technologies. Let's embark on this journey together. Now, let us look at the agenda. Agenda: 1. Master Data Introduction. 2. Master Data SOM. 3. Master Data CC. 4. Master Data Relationship. 5. Business Partner Introduction. 6. Business Partner Attributes. 7. SAP ERP Objects. 8. Functional Data Model. Let's dive in.
Good morning and good evening to all. Thanks for joining the today's session. So, in last two sessions, we have discussed till now about HYBRIS billing and the use of HYBRIS billing, and from where the HYBRIS billing started and how SAP acquired HYBRIS, and we have discussed more on the consume to cash and offer to cash process, and what are the different solution components that SAP has provided for the consume to cash process end-to-end solution for the subscription billing based business or service based business. So now we are going towards the inside of each and every module of SAP HYBRIS billing. So today that we are going to cover in the third session is most probably is on the master data side of it, of SAP HYBRIS billing. So like say, for any SAP application, ERP application or any ECC application, like so in SAP we should always deal with the two main component of data. Is one is the master data and the second is the transactional data. These are very two important type of data from where like all the process started and all the billing part, all the charging and all the financial part is going to take place. So master data is very key part of SAP HYBRIS billing as well, and it is very important before doing any transaction into the system, because system should at least know to which customer we are doing this transaction, for which customer this product has been taken, and what is the rule for doing the billing for that product, and what could be the cost and which account to be like debited or it should be a payable if we are dealing with the vendor, and if we are dealing with the customer, so we need to owe the money from the customer. So it is very important for the system. So this is the entry point where we enter in the SAP system, and we start with all these activities. So in today's session, we will see in all three different landscapes of SAP, SAP CRM, Sales and Order Management, SOM part, SAP CC, the convergent charging part, and SAP ECC, that is convergent invoicing and the FICA part. So what are the master data in the all these three different landscapes? Because we need to understand uh, some of the terminology or the master data shared between all these three landscape, because we replicate the master data. And if we are using a CRM system as a front end system, so that will be our the main master data management system. From there we will manage all kind of master data, even for if you create some customer from the CRM, if you want to change some name or any of the change in the contract or in the subscription, we all deal with the our front end system CRM, and then the all changes will replicate it to the different landscapes, because we cannot do master data management from any of the three system individually, because we need to be in sync. Otherwise there should be a inconsistency between all these three different landscapes. So it is very important that all all landscape should be in sync, and the information in the system is exactly same. The information could be additionally more in the landscape depending on the process, like say for charging, if we need some more information. So it could be possible that it is not present in SAP CRM part of master data, but it is present because of charging need some more information for the customer, the contract duration, what is the end date, or the type of the product. So kind of some fields can be vary for the master data, but most of the information will be same that replicated. So in the last session, we have discussed the two main component of master data, from where technically we start in SAP, or the system will understand like, okay, the customer has been created, and for which customer the process, the consume to cash or offer to cash process has to be started. So first and the topmost hierarchy for the customer master data side, we are having is the business partner. The business partner is an object which could be like any of the person, organization, or a group of people, I can say, which are taking the services from the service provider or buying the product from the any organization or the company, or it could be any subscriber who are subscribing for the services. So it can be any type of different person. So that is signing a agreement with the company directly, will be creating a business partner in the system. And this is a business partner which is going to be replicated in all three different landscape of SAP. So due to a three different landscape of SAP and billing after the hybrid billing or the BRIM system, they are connected to each other as part of the package. So the terminology could be different in the other landscape. That's the reason like we call it as a different name in other system. Previous to BRIM or SAP hybrid billing, all these different three module has been used. And now after the BRIM or hybris, they have been together these modules. So that is the reason we still call it a different name in the different system. So, but for topmost hierarchy of the master data, customer master data, the business partner, it will in some always call business partner. In CI, convergent invoicing, or the ECC system landscape, it will also called um, it will called as as a business partner, but as in convergent charging, it will called as a subscriber account. So CI and SOM business partner will be called as BP, same in both the landscape, but in the convergent charging, it will call as subscriber account. So this is business partner that we have discussed. The lower hierarchy to the business partner is the business agreement. It's a kind of agreement where the business partner is giving some information about their contract or the services they are going to take from the company or the service provider. So what could be the terms of payment? You can say like how they will pay, what would be the controlling area, and regarding more information related to invoicing, like what could be the billing cycle. So the information which is related to payment, which is related to some clearing of the receivables, information related to recovery or the invoice cycles, billing cycle, these kind of information where we maintained in this master data, we called it business agreement. This business agreement is created to for each and every business partner, for every subscriber who's going to subscribe will place a order, and in order we need to specify what is the business agreement for the customer, that how it is going, that how he is going to pay. He is going to pay after the 1 month of the invoice has been reached or within 15 days, or he is on credit card customer, he has to immediately pay. So these kind of information which is related to more on the finance side, we've maintained at the business agreement level. That is the reason we need this business agreement, because we cannot maintain all the information at one object level. That is the reason that SAP has created a different master data object where the master data contains a different type of information. So we are going to see today in this session what are the attributes that the business partner contains, what are the attributes that business agreement or the contract account. Contract account is called in SAP CI or ECC landscape, and it called as external account in SAP convergent charging. So this is the term or object in three landscape called as a different names. So we need to be like familiar with this term. So it will be easy for us to understand. Okay, what is the business agreement? This is the same name. So we don't need to be like confused anymore. Like okay, why we are using three different names. So and the contract account, like generally it is having a one-to-one relationship with the business partner. Every time business partner can have one, most of the time one contract account or one business agreement only, but it is not like that. It could have the multiple business agreement or multiple contract account as well. So business partner is like for a company, it's a customer. It could be the customer could be any of the entity, like business wants to take some services from the service provider, or a single person wants to take a service from the service provider, or a group of person wants to take a service from the service provider. So for a service provider, he always will be a customer because he's taking services from the service provider. So it could be anybody, but for a service provider, it is a customer because he or she or a group of people is taking a services from the service provider. So we called it as a business partner. It it can have a multiple category. It could be a single person, as I said, or a group of people or organizations. So I'm logging into the VPN connection to show you the SAP screen. Yeah, so this is the SAP screen that after login, this SAP Easy Access screen comes. This is the ECC landscape that I am currently showing you. So after coming this first to the first screen, we have this command or the transaction code bar where we need to give some transaction code. Like say, if we want to create a BP, Now they are taking Hybris billing to S4 HANA. Currently, they have not bring it to HANA. The database could be HANA, but
Okay.
as for HANA, the ECC to S4 HANA, now they are giving upgrade in September, I think. So after this upgrade from ECC to S4 HANA, so Hybris billing will be part of the HANA, and we could buy simply a single license for all these different landscape. We don't need to buy a separate landscape for that. Licenses for the landscape. So, but previous, like for now, you need to take a three different landscape licenses, and you need to maintain a Hybris billing in a different via different login like this. Like say we have different servers for ECC. Like we have while we doing any testing, we have a development server where we do the configuration, golden client. Then we have a testing server. Within the development, we could have multiple clients here. 100, 200, 300, 100 could be our golden client where we do the configuration. Then after doing configuration, if we want to test, we will go to different client within that server. So this is kind of a different uh, a server for the development where I'll show you how to create business partner. I give my user ID. It's a different client within the development landscape. We could have multiple clients, like say one client you have reserved for the configuration only. You don't want to do any kind of transactions there. So we will create a different client within that server. That could be in this case we can say 100. And after doing the configuration, you want to do some testing whether your configuration is working or not. So you will log in into the different client of the same system. It is like from your basis team or technical team, you said it as a requirement that we want a different client within the landscape so they can create it. They have a same space, they can divide it into the n number of client if you want. Like say in a testing or the staging environment, after the development testing you have done, you moved it to the testing environment. Within the testing environment, you could have a multiple testing client because you want to do the integration testing 1, IST1, IST2, IST3. Then you will move it to finally the pre-production or directly to the production. So again, you can say to the technical team, please divide this testing landscape into the three different client. So I can do at least 3 times of regression testing there. Then I'll move it to the pre-production or production. So it's depending on what your requirement or your client or your company wants. So we can configure that. This is a purely basis team configuration. We don't require. You need to have only your user ID password for different clients. So you just log in and do the configuration part or the testing part. So database table is different. Whatever the data that you have done the transaction is specific client, it will be remain in their in that client only. It will not use the same database space. They do some clustering kind of, so the database tables are also different in every client. Okay, so this is the first screen after login into SAP system, and this is the transaction code command bar where we need to put the transactions to do some activity, whether it could be a creation, change, or doing some transaction. Okay, so this is the transaction code for BP. The transaction code is same as BP. So once you launch the transaction code in SAP screen, you will see this screen. Okay, and this is a general business partner. Uh, in a business partner, we have like multiple roles within business partners. So that was there in my slide. So that is the reason I was saying like there are some terms if we go through and then we come to the system, then it will be easy for us to understand. Like say if I do the transaction FPP1, this is a business partner role of ECC within FICA that we create. So first it is ask the business partner category. What kind of business partner it is? It is a person, it's an organization, or it's a group. As I saying, it could be any kind of category that is taking service from the service provider. So we can choose like depending on the category of the business partner. So I have chosen as a person. So here you need to just give the title. It could be like any Mr., Mrs., or we can configure some more if we have a category, different category. So now we have to give a first name or last name. We can say like HYB or Hybris, last name is testing. We need to give address. What is the address? So anything like house number or street number. We have to give the postal code or city. Here we are maintaining the address. What is the address of the business partner? Then we have automatically, as per the country, it takes the time zones, and the tax jurisdiction code is like that is a code, because we know like in US different state is having a different taxation. So what is like if a customer belongs to some other state, what could be the taxation rule, or the percentage of the tax? We maintain a tax jurisdiction especially for the US only, for the US customer. So that like if we are using some other third party tool for calculation of the taxes, generally in the projects we use Vertex system for the US, which are like capable of like if you provide the system that this is the customer, this is the tax jurisdiction number, so they know like this jurisdiction number belongs to this state, and in this state we have this tax laws, and for this product they should charge with this number of percentage of tax. Due to the very complex structure of taxation in US, we generally the business go with some third party tax calculation. So with the tax jurisdiction numbers, they just provide to the third party, they calculate the taxes and they give it back to the the organization. And after this, like we need to maintain some numbers, telephone number. It could be like any mobile number. We could maintain the email ID. So these are the different like for communication, we could have this address. We have a multiple address. If you go into the address overview, we could have a multiple addresses, because we know like this is our standard address, but for the correspondence, if you want to send some invoice, it could be the company is having address, company is on some other location, but they want that invoice it should be come to my this address, so they can give a different address. They can give their home address, because depending on the service or the correspondence, or if they want any kind of communication that should be received to some other location or other addresses where they have a different office to manage that, so they can provide a different address based on the requirement. For the bank statement, for the company address, private address, they can give us the multiple addresses. So like we can maintain, we just create on the click. Again, we can maintain some other addresses. This is the street number, any of the postal code. We can give a country. We need to give for the tax jurisdiction. We cannot give any of the value. It should be specific value. Yeah. So you can see like I have maintained more. I can maintain multiple addresses. And then what you need to do, like this is the first starting point where we need to create a customer, their basic information. Then this customer, against this customer we will place a order, and we will do the billing and invoicing. So for all doing this in system, in SAP system, how they actually know that for which customer they need to do all these kind of different processes. They need to run any of the process that we have discussed. So for that, we first need to create a master data. So this is a first point. Yeah, this is SAP's ECC. We can say this will comprise the requirement for CI, convergent invoicing, and FICA. So this is ECC. CI and FICA will reside under ECC landscape. And if we create a master data here, so it will replicate it to both the CI and
Okay.
FICA. CI is a part of FICA only. So we don't need to create a two different. It's come under same umbrella of ECC. So if we create here or replicate here, so it will go to the both system. Yeah. Okay. So we'll come again to here. We'll go some in slide like we'll understand more about some BP and then we'll come again here in this. Okay. So we have discussed the BP and the contact account. And if you want, I can show you the contact account as well, so it will be easy for you to understand. Then we go back again. So okay, I'll complete this. Like I have created this address and I can choose this address. What I have created now, it should be my home address. So you can see I have selected this address as my home address, and the first one is my standard address. So whatever the number of address I can maintain here, and I can choose here and I can select like this address would be my for my bank statement, for my company address, for my private address. So we have a multiple tabs within the business partner where we need this information. So you can see within business partner how we are maintaining a different information. That's the reason we cannot put all the information under a single object. That's the reason they have created a different master data where we maintain a specific information here. Like in the identification, it could be male, female, or any kind of like marital status we can maintain. External BP number, like if we are using the legacy system and we still want to keep the legacy system, but the legacy system number is different, but still we want to create, we still doing some transaction there and we are transferring some data to ECC. So yeah, we need to maintain the external BP number. It could be any number in the system, in the legacy system, and we same number we will maintain here so that at least we would know if for this customer we need to replicate or we need to do this for this external or for this legacy number we need to take this action. So it is a connection between the legacy master data and the SAP master data. If we are totally on SAP, we don't require SAP external BP number. But if we are dealing with some other systems which are not SAP, so we can maintain and we can relate the customers of SAP and different system. And it could take the some ID type as well, like say some other system is having some other attribute as well, some account ID or something, so we can maintain that as well. And this can take other information of like PAN number, SSN number we can maintain here in the ID type. So that's already okay. Some number. So this number is already given to some other. We will give something else. BP type we can give. It could be like to differentiate. That was a topmost category of the BP where we were selecting the person, organization, group, but within the person, what kind of BP it is. It could be a partner type, different partner type, employee, broker, manager, customer, vendor. We can select like any of the type here. So this is a more information. Payment transaction, we maintain the bank detail of the customer because we need like if something like say for the customer, if he has made a payment or if he has done some security deposit to the company and if he wants to take back So the company wants to return to their customer account, back to their customer account. So they need some information like what are the which bank key or bank account they are having. So we can maintain the bank detail as well. We can maintain some other information, or like here we can see the what to which contract account or which provider order or prepaid account or master agreement. So all these the relationship will be shown here. And after punching these information or providing this information, we can just click on the save button, and you can see a business partner number like 2253 has been created. And you can see the BP role. I have created this BP for the specific role, contract partner. So this BP has been created in this system. Even we can check with this transaction, BP transaction. No, some warning is coming. So this is the display, like I'm looking like what I have created. The HYB hybris testing that customer I have created. And now I'll create the contract account, and it is having a different transaction code to create a contract account or the business agreement, or we can say a subscriber account. So CA1 is the transaction where we can create a contract account, and we need to give a BP there, that what we have created, because contract account cannot be independently created. It will always under BP. So we have to give a business partner reference. It could be any business partner, and then we need to create a category within contract account. Again, we have a different category. It could be a customer, it could be a vendor, or the depending on the category of business, we can create our own different categories. So after giving this information, so when I click on enter, I can see the contract account information is coming. So as I said, this is more about the controlling information related to more finance or more payment related information, more the invoicing related information, the company code related information. So we need to give here while we create anything, we have some mandatory parameters that we need to give while creating VP or while creating contract account. So here, like say the tolerance, we can say we have to give some contract account name. We can give if we want to give. We will create some like account relation. So we will come to this like what are the important field. The payment term I was talking about, to how they are going to make a payment. If like it is, it could be of any payment term, like for say for how many days you want to, from the due date for how many days you want to pay. So that kind of payment term that we can select here. And account determination ID, these are all terms which will come into the picture when we say how we do in the SAP FICA. The account determination is related to like accounts for this customer, which account needs to be hit, which GL account, general ledger account we need to hit. So this will come there. The company code information, we create company code always in SAP for the financial reporting, to which company code it belongs. So this is a company code of the service provider, because service provider do the business in multiple companies. So they need to give the information, they need to give to create a balance sheet, or you can say a reporting that how much profit the company is making or service provider is making. So we create a different company code depending on the verticals we are having. We could have single company code, we could have multiple company code of the service provider. So we need to assign to the master data of the contract account. So this customer is belong to this vertical of the service provider. So it can have a different code. We can give 12301100001. So depending on how the codes and the configuration you are creating. And after that, we have some other information related to dunning, like say if the customer is not paying, how to recover the money from the customer. Like say we need to send reminders after the 10 days of the invoice we have raised, they have not paid, we will send a gentle reminder, please pay, otherwise we will stop your service. If they don't pay, we again send a second reminder, and the third reminder, we will stop the service. So these kind of dunning information we maintained here. What will be what will be our collection strategy or the dunning strategy, so that we can maintain here, and we save it here. The convergent invoicing that we were talking about, the CI part, we maintain the information here, the invoicing category, what the invoicing category the customer will have, how to do the invoice to this customer. It will take the rule of which rule of invoice, so we'll maintain here. So all the information, like say we are maintaining, will use somewhere, even during the invoicing, during the finance. So that is the reason we maintaining these master data. And if we create on save button, you can see a number for the contract account has been created. And if we go in the BP, we can see like how it is related. So you can see here in the where you list, I can see for the business role, I have created a contact partner, and then under the contract account relationship, I have created a contract account. So this BP2253 is having this role and having this contact account. So this is like in system, once you create one by one, the hierarchy will be created. Okay, so I'll go ahead. So we have now we have seen like ECC or this business agreement. This is created uh, in across all the three landscapes. Now we have other master data as well, because we will be dealing with all these things. So apart from BP and CA, this is the top hierarchy. Then we have the provider order. This is going to be used from the sales and order management from the SOM when the customer is placing an order, choosing a product and placing an order or subscribing for a services. So through this order, we will create the information in the system, and we will create some contract for which how many duration, for how much duration this contract or the services the customer is taking. So what is like provider order? It's a kind of a sales order only, but we in SAP HYBRIS we call it SAP provider order. So all the product or the business agreement or pricing, so that it's a kind of order, sales order, which we are going to bundled what are the bundled product that company is offering, so that all information will contain within this provider order as items. Like say if I subscribed for a mobile plan, and for a hardware for the mobile phone, and for the uh, for the telecom services as well, for the SIM plan. So I have a two product. I am buying a cell phone as well as the monthly services, or I can go for an annual contract where I'll pay for the services what I'm going to use. So I'll create in a system, one provider order will be created, and it will contain uh, two items, and these two item will go further and will create a contract in the system. So it is directly like once we place a provider order, when we release it, then it create a contract for the customer. So this is basically going to use to sell the product and services, and it is going to use to create a contract. And if we want to change anything, in the contract, or if we want to change the name or the duration, or we want to add something in our contract, existing contract, we will all do this through the provider order only. We will again place a provider order, we will give the reference and we will change it. Then if we go with the provider contract, we can see like it will take the long-term agreement for the services that the customer has subscribed, that the company has offered to the customer. And in this document, it contains the information for the contract or the services the customer has taken. And after doing all the information, we will complete the order, and the completion of order successfully will create a provider contract on all three systems. We will replicate, and this provider contract in all three landscapes, CCCI and SOM, we will call it as the same name. It doesn't have this different name there. And but we in for the type of customer, or you can say when after the creating a business partner, for the business agreement or the contract account, it could have a different uh, type for the prepaid and postpaid, because the prepaid is having a different functionality. If we take example of the telecom industry, prepaid, when take the services, they always upfront has to pay for the services, then they can use the services. So for the prepaid, the system work differently, the process is different, because whenever he makes a call, we need to go and check the balance that they have left in their account. If it is sufficient, then we'll going to allow the customer to make a call or to use the data services or do a SMS or play or send SMS. So for prepaid, a different scenario. And we, in case of prepaid account, uh, we create a prepaid account for the prepaid customers. And if it is it's a postpaid customer, where the customer takes the services but paid after the using the services. So for postpaid, we create a normal postpaid account. We called it in CC as an external account. And if it is a prepaid customer, in CC we call it as a prepaid account, and in CI as well we call it as a prepaid account. But it is specific only to prepaid, because the prepaid billing and information and even for the invoicing will be totally different from the postpaid services. In SOM, while we create a provider order or provider contract, we should have a special transaction type that is given by the standard SAP. So in last class, I think somebody was asking like what are the different transaction type for the order, uh, same that we have for the sales order in SAP SD, sales and order distribution management. So in the same way, like once you create a different order in SAP SOM, that we need to give, like if it is a provider order, we need to select a PRVO, PRVC, a provider contact document, so that the system can understand, okay, this document for which type, and we can have a multiple activity after selecting this transaction, and the system will get to know how to proceed further, if you go for an order or we go for a contract. And we have like some other transaction type as well. PRPO is a provider partner order, because we, apart from the customer, we could have a partner as well, where partner in the sense we can say that if we are taking some service, we are giving service to the customer, but directly we are not selling the services. We have taken some from other content partner, like say um, if we are selling the services for mobile, but we are selling subscription of Netflix with that profile, with that subscription. So we need to give the profit of the subscription that customer has subscribed, which is not owned by the service provider originally. So they need to share their revenue. So the partner will come into the picture in this case, and they will share once they receive the payment from the customer, they will receive a revenue of that, and they need to share. So they need to create a provider partner order for that. So that kind of order is also there. And if we have some master agreement in the case of B2B business, again we have a different order type for that. If we have a provider partner agreement, same for the partner that I'm talking about. So again we have a different transaction type for sharing order, sharing contract. So these kind of like all different services that we can give to the customer or to the partners into B2B and B2C environment, we have a different transaction type that we can use while creating this. And there is one more term in the SOM like master agreement. It's basically used in B2B scenario where like provider, service provider and another company will come and will sign an agreement that they will going to provide these services, and it is more of the long term basis, and it has some validity period. We need to give some more information who will be the authorization groups and the individual product we define, like if we take any services from Vodafone and the company is subscribing for that, so they will give like we will going to use this data plan. And for the like say for my company I'm working, uh, we can take example of any company like where we are working. They have taken for the telecom provider, they have taken a facility like for my employees. You can give this service, telco service, where you have to give 1,000 minutes free for my employee, first 1,000 minute, and after that you will charge for this. So these kind of discounting agreement there where you sign this with the company, the master agreement, where we maintain all these rules and the agree in the agreement that what we have committed. So all these kind of things that we maintain and under the master agreement, so these all capture, but this is not used widely. The people mostly in the organization, because they need to maintain more document for the master agreement, and they need to additional information for the master agreement. So they generally don't go, in very rare scenarios the master agreement is used, until and unless if it is the compliance issue or the government legal issue. We will normally create a partner agreement or the provider contract only. The partner agreement we and that I already talked about. It's contractual agreement with the end customer only, but we share the part of revenue, because revenue sharing is a very good example of SAP hybrid billing. After because previous to that, SAP was not having a solution where we do the revenue sharing, because it was very difficult to handle that we are giving service to the customer, to the end customer, we are receiving the money, but how, what kind of percentage we need to give to to our partner or to the content partner. So these kind of logic, now after hybrid billing, it is easy to maintain the partner rules and the partner agreement, and after doing the billing and invoicing, how the percentage of that revenue will go to the partner. So that is very easy now, that we can easily share the revenue with the customer. So this is like the features of partner agreement. So the content partner will always part of the revenue service. We need to define in an agreement the content provider, and will hold the condition, the negotiated. We will negotiate always with the content provider. We will give you this much of the percentage, and all these the common requirement where end-to-end solution will come into this. And CRM has leveraged the provider contract. They are using provider contract only, but they have leveraged and to reused for the partner agreement. As we are using business agreement, then we use the provider contract. In the same way, the provider contract we can use for the partners as well. So we will use provider contract for the customer as well, subscribers as well as, and we can use it for the partners as well as. So we will replicate to CI and CC same, right? And in the SOM, like we will use products that we were talking about. The customer will choose a product, then they will place a sales order. So product is a kind of object for a company where they, it could be at any tangible and intangible product. We are talking about the bundle product. So it could be like a hardware with the services, like say any software company, they can provide you the license and they can provide you some hardware laptop services as well. So we can bundle that services. So product could be like anything. So the services that the business is going to provide and the going to sell. So this product information is mainly like used for the marketing, sales and services processes. It include like a different basic data under the product, because before giving the services to the customer, we need to configure the product. We need to create a packages of the product that the customer that we are going to offer. So it could have like multiple categories of the product: material, services, warranty, financial services, anything in product we can define. And in CC, if we go, a subscriber account is like we already talked about. It's a part of customer master data, and it linked to a service provider and customer only. The service provider master data in CC. So what could be the master data? The subscriber account and provider contract and provider item will be the part of the customer master data. But what could be the service provider master data in CC? It could be a charge plan where we define this is the charge related to the plan that the customer is using, how to charge the customer, what could be the value of the charge, and how to calculate a charge for the plan that he has subscribed. So that charge plan we will create in a master data. It's a master plan there. A refill plan we generally use for the prepaid customer, because we need to customer has to refill their balance once they use the services. So we use a refill plan there. The mapping table is generally the tables where SAP CRM and CC will share the tables between two via cross catalog mapping, because once they subscribe for a product, so the SAP conversion charging should know this product is related to which charge or which type of product. So the mapping table will be used. We will create and configure the charge plan. We will configure the refill plan. So these are kind of things that we're going to discuss in detail once we go there. So this is I'm just talking about the master data point of view. What are the different master data in different landscape that we are going to create and configure. End-to-end system is difficult because in the market they have not provided any landscape where all three is connected, because it is a very typical complex system. So we are going to see in individual system only, because in the demo these three landscape, it's SAP has not provided a server, demo server, where you go and just buy. So, and we need a multiple connection between all these services, like say we need some middleware, we need some web services, RFCs. So for the technical side, it is going to be very difficult to see like end-to-end scenario, but we can go in the system and we can see how we create, and through the system, like from some screenshot I'll try to manage like how it flows to the different system. So we are trying, like, if we can get an integration. We are talking to the teams, but we talk with the multiple server teams, but all they say, like, it is very difficult to provide you in the demo the connection between all these three. So we'll see that how best we can do, and we are talking as well, like, if for other vendor, if they can provide us. Yeah, so this is like in CC, the customer, we can say a subscriber. So subscriber one, subscriber two. So this is a business partner, you can say. So for the business partner, we have created a subscriber account one and two. And within subscriber account, we could have a business a contract account or a business agreement, or we can say a external account. The type here, it could be prepaid if it is a prepaid customer. If it is a postpaid, we call it as an external account. And after subscribing the services, the subscriber will select the service that for which he has subscribed. And we have, like, for the vendor, we have the catalog, like what the different services that we are providing to the customer. We have a multiple plan A, plan B, so they can subscribe. Like, say, for subscriber account one, they have subscribed for plan A and they have subscribed for the plan B, and the subscriber two has subscribed only for the plan A. So whenever they subscribe, we create a provider contract, where in the contract we will take the information for which plan they have subscribed, for what is the duration they have subscribed, and some billing information there in the contract. And same for the subscriber, one subscriber can take the multiple plan, can subscribe for multiple plan. If they have subscribed for the different plan B, so we could have a different provider contract for that plan. And if they subscribe for a different plan, they can have, we again create a different provider contract. So one subscriber, we could have a different provider contracts depending on the plan or services they are subscribing for, and we will manage the billing and invoicing there. So, like, here, the service provider, the vendor will act as a service provider, which are offering the product and services to the subscriber account, and he can subscribe for one product or the multiple product, and it can be related to the charge plan in the CC. I would say this is not any part that we are talking here, which part of in CC I am saying uh, how they subscribe. Like, this is vendor catalog, CIC, customer interaction center, the plan A, plan B. This we will configure in the CRM system, and this is also replicated in CC, because CC should know which plan is related to which catalog of the customer, and this catalog is, like, replicated in CC as well. Yeah, it's a kind of, in terms of CC, how we are dealing with these terms. Subscriber, we never deal subscriber in SOM, we say it as a business partner.
Right.
So in CC, how we are saying the things. Provider contract is same in all three systems, so it is showing you as a provider contract. But we say consumer or the customer as a subscriber, so subscriber account is there, and how it related to the plan. So this is like in individual system how we are familiar with the master data, or we deal with the master data. So to the specific system I am showing here. So this is a CC part, convergent charging. So it's a very simple system where you need to just go here, like, in the under the file, you will go under new, and under new we have multiple options. One of the option is a subscriber account. So this is a screenshot of CC system, how actually it looks like, what we have discussed just in before slide, that how the subscriber account and the provider contract and all these things. So once you create the step one, once you go file under new and the subscriber account option you have to select. Then you need to choose owner of the object. So any package, like whenever you create any charge plan or any subscriber or anything in CC, it is saved under some owner object under the catalog. You have to create one single catalog, and under that catalog all your business related price plan, pricing, charging, the subscriber account, provider order, whatever you are going to create, it is going to save under this a common catalog. So we called it like owner of the object. So once we select this, we want to save under this, and then you click on OK. Then this screen will come where the subscriber account, and under the subscriber account, subscriber is like business partner in CC. We are talking about CC, so we'll not say business partner. We will talk only like subscriber account. This is the topmost hierarchy in CC. So in CC, we have a two division, prepaid and postpaid. So if it is prepaid, we will create a prepaid account here. And if we have a postpaid, we will create a simple external account here. So under the external account and under the subscriber account, like say we need to give the name of the subscriber account, like we are creating in ECC, we have given test hybris. We can give here the subscriber account, and under the subscriber, you can give the subscriber number that we have replicated. And under the account assignment, account management, like we have the lower hierarchy, the contract account. We can maintain the prepaid account information there. We can maintain the external account postpaid information there. So this is a CC. I can see, I can open here. I need to log in, I think. Yeah. Okay. So this is a CC box that currently yours. Yeah. So this is a CC system. How it looks like. It is a option file. You can click on new. So you have a multiple option: pricing macro, translation table, tier table, mapping table, all the options, refill class, refill logic, chargeable item, charge plan, whatever like we are talking about, all the options are here. Here is the subscriber account, mapping table, range table, provider contract. These kind of options are there. If we want to create, we have to click on new. If we want to open existing, the same thing we can open and we can search here. If we want to delete, we can delete here. Obviously, like we don't go each and every box, and we are not going to create the customer master each and every landscape, because we have a central system in CRM. Whenever the customer, we have a automation there, that once the customer first time is coming and subscribing, so you need to take all the information, basic information, and from there you need to create the business partner in CRM, and then you have to replicate in the downstream system CC and CI. So yeah, we don't have to do, but as I told you, like we don't have an environment like this where like we create in a single system and we can easily replicate it to other systems. So that is the reason, like, but we need to actually see how it is look like in our system. So we need to go and individually see, so at least we can relate, okay, how this is created in these three landscape. So process is same. It is called from the backend system, from the backend activity, from a program. What we are doing currently manually, it is called from the backend functionality. It calls the same thing, and it create in the system. So unfortunately, that we don't have currently. So that's why I'm going in each and every system, and I'm showing you like how this thing or the master is created in the system. Yeah, so our front end system is CRM only. We can do same as well. Like if some customer is already using the SAP system since long, and now they are going into hybris billing. So they don't want to create a customer from scratch from CRM and then replicate to ECC, because it is already there in ECC. So we have an option like we can replicate from ECC as well, the our master to the CRM system, so that whenever the customer place a order in CRM, so they have the master data. So it can be replicated in any way from ECC to there, if you are first time installing the SOM system, and if the customer is very new and it is nowhere present, so from CRM we will replicate to CC and ECC to use it for the different functionality. So other option is like saving. Whenever you do any kind of configuration in CC or you change anything, you need to save it. The option like in database we can save it. So it will be under the core tool of SAP, and save in this tool, in this database of SAP CC. We can save it in a file as well, and then we can import and export that file of the different environment of CC. We have export import, like if you have done all the pricing in the development of CC system, then you can export your changes to the file, and in the other system you can import. So you don't need to do each and to configuration in each and every environment of charging system. You can do your development system, you test it, and you just export and then import it. We have added option, and we have some tool options like re-rating. We can do re-rating based on some charge plan, and like something is went wrong, the rating was happened wrongly, so we can select any of the option. Like from provider contract, we should re-rate this, we should re-rate a charge plan, so we have option that. And we have like other options. Public holiday, we want to just take it into the account. Like on public holiday we don't want to consider a rating or charging or consumption. We have some special discount on public holiday, so we can like import, export here the holidays as well. Currency we can do. So these are the different options. Like we can view the catalog here. The first thing that in CC, like we need to create a catalog, the master catalog. Under the catalog we will create all the charge plan, all the pricing mechanism what we have done. So it will be reside under one single catalog only. So if I click on the show catalog, it will look like this. Oh, oh, oh. So like say if owner that we were seeing in the screenshot, the owner was coming, who is the owner of this catalog? So like say I have created a different catalogs here, test ID or test and key. So like say it will show you. So for test ID, what has been created till now, it is showing you like you have created some charge, some cost under the catalog. The chargeable item classes has been created. The charge item classes are there. All the object within this catalog that you have created. Mapping table is there. Different mapping table, range table, the charges. So whatever like we are going to do for the this configuration, it will always save under one catalog. And like say if I want to see the owner for other catalog, how it looks. Order will like whenever the customer comes to any front end system. So from the back end we got to know, okay, this order has been placed. So in the CC it will automatically send for the charging, like nobody like add. This is the tool where you need to do some only the configuration. Like if you got some transaction that you have to rate, so what is the rule of the rating, how the transaction will charge after the rating? Okay, you find out this transaction is for this amount you have done from the calculation, and to which customer it has to be. So actually this tool is only for the configuration part. Nobody will come and do the manually rating of the transactions. So in this tool you already got some transaction which call this system to rate the transaction based on the price plan that you have configured here in this catalog. So that the system will automatically take, okay, this transaction is belong to this charge plan, and the charge plan is configured under the CC tool, and the rules and all these things are here. So they will take this system for the engine of the pricing, and they will calculate the price, and they will see which subscriber account it is actually this plan is coming, and they will charge to that subscriber account and forward it to as a billable item for the ECC system. Then ECC system will do the billing. So this is only for the system where you configure the charge and plans. So once you have done all with this, and your business is running well and fine, so you don't have to come and do anything here. This is a one-time activity. So it will be from the mediation system. The mediation system could be uh, or the IEC import export of SAP conversion charging. There is one more part of SAP. They import the transactions into the system, or like say, if this is, I'm talking about the usage based, where we need to track the usage. If we don't have usage, we have the recurring charges, like say the customer has subscribed for a plan, so we just got to know from the provider contract that they have an anniversary date every month, that we need to renew the plan. So CC will automatically trigger that recurring changes or one-time charges. So for that, they don't need any kind of transaction in the plan itself. For the contract itself, we have a information like on this date we need to trigger a transaction from CC, and this should be the amount. So CC will automatically will trigger the transactions, the rating transaction. But if we talk about the usage, where we need to track the usage, so usage transaction will come from the IEC of the this import export tool. They will send it to SAP core tool. These are the transaction for the session. Then you need to rate, or the mediation system will give you the transaction that this is coming each and every second. You need to they will call ECC system that this transaction you need to rate. So it will be automatically from the system. So basically it's a import export. So there is a directory in the system, like say we have a folders in our in our computer. So in the computer, like we have a file system. So in the file, we have a connection between the mediation system. So they already put the file in the directory, and from the directory, if we are using the BART tool of the CC system, so it will pick from that directory. Whenever the file receives there, it keep on watching that folder. So any file for the transactions are there, so it pick that file and import the file there, and then it called the CC system for the rating and the acquisition of the CDRs, and do the further activity. Okay, so like say for new, if I click on the subscriber account, so it is asking me for the owner of the object, the catalog, the test ID. I'll choose this, like testing of this catalog. So you can see here the window is coming to create a subscriber account. Here, like you can give the name of the subscriber, test HIP testing. You can give a description here. I can say a BP for ECC. Any description you can give here. The subscriber number, like say we have given 1 2 3 4 5. any additional information if required, you can click here. The uh, the row will come here and you can click more, like more information, additional information with the subscriber account you can maintain here. Default charging, we, because this is a blank system, we don't have any charge plan or nothing, so it is like we don't have much option here, but I'm just giving you some basic idea like how we create a subscriber account in CC system. This is a tax related information. Generally the taxes we rarely used from CC system, but they have given option like at the time of rating, if you want to do some tax calculation, so they have given some option here. So for VAT or for, you have some option like you can choose here the tax zone for which you want to do, and you can choose for different country and some category, B2B, B2C. So this is like that. So for, and after that, like if you create this, we have prepaid and postpaid option there. So under the prepaid, you can create some prepaid account, and if you click on the this option, you can create under the external account. This is used for the postpaid account. So you can create some contract account, or we say as an external account in CC. So we can say, we can give some description. We can give any external account code. So this will actually tell the ECC system the number, like that we want to create a transaction under this contract account. You need to debit this contract account. It could be a receivable or it could be a payable. If it is a payable, so we can say mostly for the uh, for vendors, or we can say for the partners. We generally has to pay some revenue sharing. When we talk about, we need to pay to the vendors, and for the case of customers, we always owe money to the customer will pay to us. So receivable will be for our customer, payable is like for our vendors. So that information we can maintain here, which type of account it is going to be. You can like set any currency here. You can select USD. External billing system, like if we are using any external billing system, so we can give the code of external billing system as well, because a CC system, as I told, is not necessary that you need to use with SAP overall end-to-end solution with SAP, with SOM or with CI. You can use only separately ECC system or as well. So you need to just give your billing external billing system the code there. So it will give you the rated transaction, and it will give you the, for this customer this is rated. So the external billing system can use for the billing whatever rated in this tool. This is a code, because in every system you have to create a master record, and in every system you have some numbers to identify the customer. So we always have some number range, unique numbers that we create. Even if you subscribe for any of the services, electricity, you have some consumer number, right? For telecom, you have some customer number. So every system is having some unique number to differentiate different customers. So that number you will mention here. So the system will get to know this rated transaction, to whom we need to do the billing invoicing, to whom we need to debit it this. As master, we need to be sync in all these three systems. If CC will create some charges, but the subsequent system, the downstream system, will don't know to whom I need to charge. So the downstream system should have some information. Okay, I like say today I have created a BP and CA, but my ECC system is doing the billing and invoicing. But how my ECC system will know that to whom I need to raise an invoice? So from where they get to know? So the system, upstream system like CC, they are giving you the charges, rated charges, but CC has to tell to the CI system. So this is the number that you need to raise an invoice. So CC will always give the information, the transaction that they are rating. So this is belongs to this customer. So this is the difference actually between rating and charging. People doesn't actually understand what is rating and what is the difference in charging. Rating is like calculate the prices that what the transaction or the usage they have done. But after doing these transaction usage, you should need to know to whom it to the system need to charge. So the charging now come into the picture. Like charging will tell to which customer account will this transaction rated transaction belongs. So in the charging process, that is the reason like we maintain the master in the CC as well. So CC will let us know, or the downstream system, the that for this customer these the rated transactions are. So yeah, so as I told, like this is the subscriber account. We have given the information, then we have prepaid, we have external account. So we have given under the external account, we can click here. You can see one more. Like say we can create a different external account under a one subscriber account. So like say if I click here, this is external account, I can create multiple. Yes, single customer. Test one, test two, test three, test four. So it depending on like how your business requirement. If a customer is having if your customer is having with multiple units within their business, and they want a separate invoice for each and every unit, and and they have a legal different contract for different units. So we will create a different external account for a same partner, and we will do a separate billing and invoicing for all the different units. So it is like we have an option for that. So and after doing this, like if I click on the save in database, so it is giving me some error like additional information is missing, no value in the prepaid account. Yeah, so I have created as a blank here, so I can prepaid account external 1 2 3. If I'll give here, if I save, okay, that error is resolved. Now it is giving me under the subscriber account. If I go external, this is the subscriber account. Okay, this additional information. Okay, so I deleted because I have created, I have not filled it. So it was giving me this error. If I create and save in database, so you can see the successful message: subscriber account test hybris listing has been successfully created. So this is the creation of master data in CC. Like say like a company has taken services for mobile services from service provider,
Right.
and within that company we have multiple units. You can say we have a technology department, we have a finance department, we could have a development department, R&D department, and they want like for every department I want a different invoicing. I don't give me a single invoice. So for that, what we have to do, we will create a different accounts, external account for the same business partner, and we will do a different billing and invoicing, and we send a separate invoices to the customer. So we can do it in a way. Yeah, so business partner will be your this subscriber account in CC, And under BP, we have created an ECC, the contract account, where financial information there. So external account is mapped to your contract account. So this was in the slide that we were talking about the same steps that we have recreated an SAP CC system. So you will at least got to know like how the CC will look like, and how we do create something and we save something. So this is a master data relationship that what we have discussed, like this is CRM box, this is CI, this is CC, the three different landscape, and how these master data are flowing. So business partner is same in CI and CRM, and this business partner you can see is connected to the subscriber account. This is the linkage. Then we have a business agreement in CRM, and we call it contract account in CI, and external account that we just see in CC. And prepaid data we have for prepaid in CI, we have prepaid account and same as prepaid account in CC. And provider contract, we call it in all three systems same as provider contract. So this is the relationship. This picture will clear some terminology that we are using and how master data we call it in all these three different landscapes. Because these product like say conversion charging was previously not owned by SAP. So they were using um, their terms, and they have created their own piece of logic that before SAP. And after that, SAP, when they have acquired SAP CC, or they have brought SAP CC, so the customer were already using SAP CC in their businesses. So they cannot change um, the term or the logic or the front end, anything, because it is already using by the many of the customer before acquiring SAP. So now they have integrated with SAP. So they cannot change anything. So that is the reason that they have used different terms in SAP CC, and it has mapped with the SAP system. We call it as SAP HYBRIS billing or BRIM, but it is a different three different landscape or modules they have used. And same for the CRM. CRM was not part of SAP HYBRIS billing previously. Now they have brought in as a part of sales and order management of CRM, but it's a CRM only. So CRM is having a different, you can say a different term there. So that is the reason, like the system which these systems are already brought in, they were used previously by in the businesses. CRM is SAP system only, but CRM was not related, was part of CI and FICA before. So it was an individual system for the front end. So they are using the same terminology that they previously using. Now they bring together to give a end-to-end solution to the customer, and they given a lots of integration between all these three. So they could not change, actually eventually they cannot change the concept of the system and these that, because the business are already using since last so many years. So due to this reason that the different names are there. So this is a relationship between different master data. Business partner can have a multiple business agreement, and or we can say a contract account, or we can say a external account or prepaid account. And one contract account can have a multiple provider contracts, contract 1, contract 2, 3, 4, as we have seen in the previous slides. And this is like how we can relate, one BP can have multiple CA, and one CA can have multiple contract. So business partner, we know this is mainly for to maintain the central data, the name, address, communication, billing, and we have different type, B2C, B2B, to differentiate between these. Bank data we maintain here, and business agreement or contract account is mainly to for the payment term, payment condition, and the controlling data, you can say. and it is mainly for the accounting purpose or the invoicing purpose we use. This is the key point that we need to remember, like each existing provider contract will always have only one subscriber account. Like say one contract cannot relate or um, cannot be a part of more than one provider contract. It always belong to one contract only. And subscriber account contain the prepaid balances, because subscriber account, for the prepaid we use it to refill the customer. Like say whenever the prepaid customer subscribe, we credit the customer account, so that from the credit we keep on taking the value from the balance that customer has been used. And for like external and postpaid, we always debit it to the customer. We don't need to go and check what services they are going to use. We always built it when they use the services. But for the prepaid, it's a very complex scenario. We always before using the services from the customer, we need to go and check whether the refill account has proper or sufficient value or not. And provider contract, we always know it's a lowest hierarchy, and we cannot create independently. It should have at least one subscriber account and one uh, business partner account, the contract account. This is same like we discussed the business agreement. The contract account can have one to one the prepaid account, financial data, and the and used for the postpaid and prepaid account. So this is that what we have discussed. So this is like business partner what we have seen today. It can be any natural legal person to whom we have a business relationship. It could have a three different category that we have seen when we were creating. It was asking for a checkbox of a natural person, group or organization. Any can be the business partner. It can have a variety of business transaction, and these are like who can be our business partner. Any like borrower, tenant, customer, employee, creditor, supplier, anybody can become a business partner who is taking a service from the provider. And business partner is like used in multiple industries, like say now even previous to the traditional business, we were having the customer master and vendor master. Even the after the S4 HANA come into the picture, even for the tradition master data, they are coming to the business partner concept. Previous to this, only the industrial specific solution SAP ECC were you having the business partner. Now the across module they are now going with the business partner concept only. So it used like in insurance industry, even in banking SAP solution, utility industry, telecom, FICA, CRM, everywhere now the master data, the topmost hierarchy, we use the business partner. So this is more about the definition that we have seen the business partner category, the type of business partner, and how it belongs, a company, department, or anything, and the attribute that we have seen for the business partner: the address detail, the bank account detail, the communication, the general information, title, name, biller direct information. So all these that we have just seen in SAP system, the attributes that we have fill it and we have created. So this is the business partner role. So this we will discuss tomorrow, because uh, we have already completed for the today's session. The time already over.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP Hybris? Option A, to manage inventory. Option B, to handle customer service requests. Option C, to provide a centralized platform for online sales and marketing. Option D, to analyze business data. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a supply management whiz? Our SAP HYBRIS course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll delve into SAP HYBRIS, your go-to tool for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced tips, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to guide you and answer any queries you may have. And our students, they're loving it. Just like you, folks have found our course incredibly useful. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to master SAP HYBRIS? Enroll on our page now. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
We'll start with today's session. In the last session, we have discussed about the master data. As we discussed, these are the two main master data and the transactional data. These are the two main things in SAP system that we need to define so that the system can understand what's the customer is, what's the address, related information, what's the basic information, general bank detail information that we maintain at the business partner level. And so that if we send any information to the charging system or to the ECC system for the invoicing, so when they print the invoice, they should know at least to which address they have to send and what is the name of the customer, what is the email ID, what is the phone number. So all these basic information from the system point of view, so they from where they will pick. So from the business partner, the basic information is stored there. So any information related to invoicing or the printing of the invoicing or to posting the any accounting entry, so they need some info from the system where the data has been stored. So from that is the reason this is the starting point of any any SAP ERP application that you need to have. This is the bare minimum, the business partner, and this is the mandatory parameters like you need to maintain. So this is the first and foremost thing, the business partner, the master data that you need to maintain. So in last class we have seen how we create the business partner in SAP, what are the different information that we maintained in different tabs of the business partner. We have seen the attribute. We have also seen the contact account of SAP system. It is related to more about the financial information, and if customer makes the payment of the invoice, so what could be the terms of payment, means when the customer is going to pay, after the 30 days from the due date or 45 days from the due date or from the 60 days, what are the terms of payment that they have agreed at the time of registration. And there are some other information like clearing, if you make a payment, how you clear your outstanding. So all these kind of information we maintain at the contract account level. And we have also seen at the CC charging system that how we are maintaining the subscriber account, and the subscriber account is how it is linked to the contract account, or we can say the external account or prepaid account. So we were there in the business partner level in the last class. Like it could be anything that we have discussed, like person, organization, or the group of person. It can be anybody who are taking services from the service provider, and it can be like any apart from this, the category within the person itself. It could be any employee, creditor, supplier, customer, debtors, tenant, or anybody can be who's taking service. Simply we create a business partner and we maintain the information. And in the last class we also seen like it could be for the this business partner concept used for the multiple solutions of SAP ERP. Basically, it started with the industrial specific solution of SAP ERP solution, like industrial specific solution for insurance, for banking, for utility, for telecom, for FICA, for CRM. So all these different solution of SAP ERP, the master data they create, they started with the business partner. This is the topmost hierarchy. So this is that we have discussed the it could be like group and any the natural person or the organization, and the group of people can be like any apartment or the married people or the board of member, it can be come under this. So these are the attributes that we have discussed about business partner. And this is the attribute when we create BP. So what information we generally fill. Yeah, so this is the business partner. Uh, okay. So this is a business partner that in ECC that last we have created, and these are the information, the general information, address overview. We have seen the different type of addresses we can maintain, and we can select it as a home address, business address, or correspondence address, bank address. Under the identification tab, we can maintain if we have some legacy customer, we can maintain under the external BP, we can maintain some other information which is needed from the organization point of view. In the control data, we can see what type of BP it is. Under the category, we can even more define the BP type. It's a customer, it's a reseller, or it's a vendor, that we can still categorize under the category as well. Then under the payment transaction tab, we can define the basic bank detail of the customer. Like if you want to refund the money, we need some bank detail from the customer so that we can issue even a, the online bank transfer or direct debit to the customer account. Status will tell you whether this customer is activated or deactivated, or if you want to block for a particular time, we can do it. Where use list will give you the information like this customer is used with which other master data like contract account or somewhere else. So these kind of information we have discussed in the last class. So set. Yeah, so we are there here in the this business partner slide. Yeah. So we have seen like attributes that we were discussing about. The role that is very important for the business partner. Once we create the business partner, we need to create business partner in a particular role. First role is like contract partner, which is important for the ECC point of view, for CI, and for the FICA. Every role is having some particular 1 minute. And here, like we always, if we want to go to any transaction, we have a transaction command here. And if you don't remember the transaction command, you can go from the SAP menu screen. The accounting, financial accounting, we have under, we have like contract account. This is like FICA. And here we have the master data, and under the master data we have the business partner, we have the contract account. So this is the T code name. The CA1 is to create, CA2 is to change, the FPP1. So these are the T codes there. If you don't remember, you can go through this path. So for the BP, we are talking about the roles which are very important. So whenever you create a BP, so first role that it automatically assigns to the BP is like general role, where the general information, these steps are already present. But if you need some specific, if you want to store some specific information, so you need to create business partner in that specific role. So like say if we go to the contract partner role, so we have almost the similar information what the general business partner role is having. Some additional tab, like you can see here the biller direct, which was not there in the general role. So we create this contact partner role, and this is very important for the CI, convergent invoicing, and the FICA point of view, because this business partner role will that the module looking for. If we don't have this business partner role, so we cannot start with the invoicing and the accounting part. So contract partner, we called it MKK role as well. And we have like other roles like SAP credit management. It could have, again, if we select this role, you can see some extra tab has been added to the general business partner. We have this credit worthiness, credit profile. So why this is needed? If we use this business partner for the credit management, we need some credit information where we maintain. So we need to create this business partner under the credit management role of SAP standard role, which has been given. And this is not a mandatory roles. We have multiple roles depending on our business requirement, what is needed. Then we create that business partner for that specific role. Like say for credit management, if we want to in your company, we also manage the credit of the for the business partner. We see like if the customer is having some credit limit, and from above than credit limit, we don't want to proceed with the orders that they have placed. So we want to have managed this credit limit. So we will use this role in our business partner, and we can maintain like credit limit currently we have given for the 10,000 euro. If up, if more than that limit, if the customer is want to place some order, we will block that customer. So so we have like multiple roles where we can use, like if we want to use the collection management as well for the business partner, so we will have the collection profile, and we can use this business partner for the collection as well. So depending on the business requirement, we configure different role for the BPs. So this when you go through the material, like where you find something about the business partner, you will get to know the roles are there, and it is also very important. So the contact partner, that we are going to use frequently for CI and FICA, and other roles are depending on the business requirement. So this is the same thing that we have discussed. The role correspond to the business scenario that the business can operate, and it can have like depending on the, if it is banking related, so we can have a banking related business role. And this is the same, like role can have multiple role for the business, and you can go through this. So the summary in a nutshell, like what we can say, we have the different category, natural, organization, and group. Whenever you create the BP, you need to select which kind of category under which you are creating the business partner. Then business partner could have the multiple type under the category. As I told, it could be a customer, reseller, vendor. So, and if you take example of the the utility industry, it could have a commercial customer, it could have an industrial customer. The role we have seen for the business partner, contact partner role, contact person, or a business, yeah, financial role. It could be credit management, collection management. These could be the role category and the role of the business partner. And the relationship also, like one BP can be if two different business, if they have registered separately for their different business, but they have some relationship between each other, so we can also build a relationship between the different BP. This is the contract partner role that we have discussed, the MKK, the role category, because the role also have some category that under the, like the contact partner under which category. So MKK is the role category. So this is just theoretical that you need to remember if you get some questions on that. And for the business partner, for the provider order, or for that we are going to use, so we also create sold to party role for the BP. So the application that currently the FICA that is going to use in industry, like in utilities, insurance, telecommunication. Sold to party is like to whom you are selling the product. Like say in this provider order concept, like in CRM, when you're creating the business partner, so CRM need a different role. If you creating a business partner in ECC, they need a different role. Like say I said for contract partner, MKK is a mandatory role that you need to create if you want to use CI and FICA. If you want to use SD business partner, you need to create sold to party role for the business partner. If you want to use SAP credit management, you again need to create business partner, but that too into credit management role. If you want to use collection management of SAP, so you need to use collection business role, business partner role. So depending on for which functionality you are using the business partner, you need to create a role for the business partner, because the role take the additional information for that, and the system can use that, and can we can leverage the functionality of SAP for that BP. So one BP could have register in the multiple roles. Sold, to whom you have sold your goods or your products or your services. We have like sold to party, we have shipped to party, we have pair. You
Yes.
must have heard, yeah. So
Yes.
these are still we maintain here, but the role name is sold to party. So in FICA, ECC, where that mainly it comes from the high volume industry. In under utility, we using ISU. If you have heard about, so under utility, it generally the gas, electricity, water that comes under utilities. So the FICA has been used widely from there, and now it has been going after the hybris or brim. It is going across industry and insurance industry as well. Because this is the industrial specific solution for this, the FIC is come into the picture. The telecommunication, water disposal, media, the public sector as well. We use FICA module, and the non-industry FICA we use FICA X, like say for the subscription business. This is not specific to any industry, so we will use the FICA X component here. So this is just for the information, because in the market, if you heard like ISU FICA, so FICA is there as a backend, but it called as a different name or according to different industry. So for the subscription based business, we are going to use the non industry specific, that is a FICA X that we are going to use. So for utility, we say it FICA only. Telecommunication, we call it RMCA, revenue management contract accounting. For the public sector, we call it PSCD, public sector collection and disbursement, and FICA X in the non-industry specific. So this is like
What
ERP
was RMC?
Central.
What is
RMC
it
is
exactly?
revenue management contract accounting. It is FICA only, but due to a different industry, we the SAP called it different name, RMCA. That is more about the FICA name. The convergent invoicing called the same name in each industry, but the
Okay.
FICA called different name due to different industries, because the previous to the billing, the people were only using back-end finance part, so they only took the FICA part of it. So but due to different industry, they call it they only came up with FICA solution, so they have given different name to the FICA, because of the you can say the market, to market their product, so they call it different name. So just for the information only.
Okay.
So these are the central object that we discussed in SAP ERP. the business partner, the contract account, and the contract. These three, the central master data object we going to deal with. This is the BP, the central object. Under BP, we could have the multiple contract account, and under the contract account, we could have a multiple contracts, or we call it provider contract as well. And normal ISU industry utility, we called it contract. In public sector, we call it contract object. So it's a contract only, but having a different name. So these three that we need to remember for the ECC uh, standpoint, these three central object. So this is a business agreement. The same, it's like contract account. In CRM, it's called a business agreement. So this is basically the high volume industry. Whenever the signs with sign the contract with the company, we need to create a business agreement where they need to provide all the information. And this is a control business transaction, keep the controlling information for the contract, that what could be the term of payment and how the customer going to pay and what are the clearing information. So all the control related information is there. We can have a several business agreement, as we have seen from in the previous slide. One BP could have multiple contract accounts, so one business partner or subscriber can have multiple business agreement for the each business partner, and we can activate the business agreement under the CRM. Like we need to go through the path and just activate that, so that the business agreement activated. So these are some information like how in the CRM, like we activate the functionality of business agreement, and these all are replicated to the ECC. So under the business agreement, so CRM will take the contact account information, that what is needed actually from the customer signs up first time. So we have seen the payment term, which is necessary. The interest key is like if if you are not paying money and and the business want to charge you some interest, like if you not paid the money, the interest will be levied on you, so interest key will take part of that. Or if you have paid some security deposit to the company, and the company will say, okay, we'll take the money on your behalf, and we will pay you some interest on it, because this is a money which is owed to you, but we will take it as a security, so that the customer should not defaulted if they not pay any amount. So we'll use interest there. Account determination ID is like to determine the account. We have some information maintained at the contact account level. The account category we can have multiple uh, category, so that we can differentiate our contact account. If a customer vendor, we can create different category for the contact account. We have dunning procedure for like if we want to recover the money from the customer, we can have different procedures for that. For the credit worthiness, here we need to remember this is one of the attribute which is not maintained at the contact account level, but this is maintained at the central level, which is business partner level. So this we need to just remember, because from the certification point of view, they could have a question like that: this credit worthiness maintained at which level? So this is a property which is more likely to the financial point of view, but it is not maintained at the CA level, it is maintained at the central level. And the credit worthiness is similar like a credit score, where the if you don't want to use, if in your company the credit management is not is much of use, so SAP FIC is provided with the credit worthiness. So whenever like it's a kind of a score, if you defaulted with the late payment charges, or if you have any going through the interest process, if your check has been bounced, or if you've gone through any recovery activity. So the system will get increase your credit worthiness score. So more score you have, more bad customer you are. So this is a score that we use generally, and maintain at the business partner level, so that uh, we can take some actions on the credit worthiness level. So contract account that we have discussed here, the payment term, the clearing category, the account determination, the account class. So in the general data, I can just show you, so it will be easy for you to understand. The transaction code to view contract account is CAA3. So if I give this number, so this is like what we are talking right now. This is a contract account. This contract account belongs to which BP. So the number is there. The general data of the contract account, where we maintain the name, the trading partner, the tolerance group, the clearing category. These are the different attribute, the terms of payment, the category, the other information. Like for payment, we have company code. We will come to this when we have slide on this. What is the company code? Standard company code. The payment method, that how customer is going to make payment. Incoming payment. Outgoing payment is like when the company is going to pay to the customer, that is outgoing payment. The information for that. The dunning information is more related to the customer recovery information. If they are not paying money, they are defaulting, we need to send reminder. For some, after the due date 10 days, we will send reminder. We will send again a second reminder. If it's still not paying, we will disconnect the service. So these all kind of information we achieve through this collection strategy. Collection will come here. The email correspondence, if we want to send any email to the customer, the invoice related email, or the dunning related email, we can maintain the variant, the correspondence, email correspondence in this tab. The convergent invoicing, here we maintain the invoicing category, the log, the scheduling of invoice, the bill cycle, start date. So these are all related information stored at the contract account level. We are having a number ranges, so that uniquely you identify, the system can identify. So this customer is having this number under you are collecting information, but you need to store under some unique number. You cannot store the customer on the name only, because a customer can have same name. So for the system, how uniquely define the different customers, so they should have allocate some unique number to each and every customer. Even if you go for any electricity bill, or for any subscribing for the mobile plan, you always having some numerical number there. So for that, they easily identify your customer from the system point of view, and they can do the different operations for you. For BP, only the transaction code is BP. There is nothing like, so under the BP you can create, navigate, but like for the uh, for the FICA BP, if you want to create again, they have given a separate T code for that. FPP 123, one for creation. You can see here, create, change, display.
Okay, so FPP
For
3 is
this
what we can see the 22 number. FPP
22,
3.
yeah, yeah. And we have like number ranges to maintain, like this number range object. We have different object. BP is a object, contract account is an object, provider order is an object. So whatever the master that we are creating, we need to maintain a number range for it. From that number, the system is allocating a unique number. So like say if you talk about for like business partner, we have BU partner object, technical name. So here we maintain this number ranges. So currently we have maintained this number range from 1 to this. So whenever we create this business partner, if we create, so it will take a number from this number range. So what is the number range that you have defined? From there, the system will automatically take one number from that. So currently it is showing us 120. So current status of this number range is 120. So 120 now till 120 we have utilized all the number from this number range. So any new business partner if we create, so it will create with 121 regularly. So yes, obviously. So whenever you create even a business partner or contract account, so it will take the numbers from here. So this is a configuration of the number ranges. Even document, if you create any document from backend or manually, so for the document number ranges, it will pick the numbers from there, and, and it will save in the database. So this is the answer, like from where the numbers are coming, how the system will know which number has to assign to which business partner. So depending on which object you have created and what the number ranges you have given, so system will get to know, okay, from here I need to pick the next number, and it should not be overlapped because it should be a unique number. Generally, if we are using the internal number ranges, it will always start from 1. From 1 you can start with the subsequent numbers. If you have legacy system on, and if you want whatever you have in legacy, you want same number in SAP as well, so you will use the external number ranges here. So you will simply define a number range, like say for this starting with 9 and ending with this, we have ticked the external mark here. So here the system is not taking the number in sequentially. Whatever number from the external system you are giving, it will just check whether it is in this range. If it is this in range, whatever you have passed, it will create from that number. So if you are going through the internal, the first one is an internal number range, so it will always go one by one. If you are using external, so whatever the number you are providing to the system, it will directly create from that number. It will not go sequentially. So this is like what we have seen for the contact account, general data, what information under general data, dunning data, the incoming payment, outgoing payment, the account assignment, the control. So all these information of the contact account and attribute that we maintain. The company code, that is very important once we come to the finance part or the invoicing. You always need to give one company code. So company code is like whenever you for the company point of view, if you are dealing, this is for the to which company you want to do the financial. uh, for any service provider, it could have one company code, and if they want, like for the different business, they want to use a different company code, so we can create in the configuration. But generally the business is using a single company code only. So the all the customer financial will go under that company, and from the finance you can create a balance sheet or something for the company. So the company code is important for that. So under the contact account, we have seen we have a three different type of company code. Company code group. It can have a multiple groups of company for the contact account. Like say if a company is having a business into multiple verticals, like into electronics, into sales, into marketing, into telecom as well, they want a different company code. So we can create a different company code, and we can create a single company code group. like say one company is having a multiple business, but the company is a single company who is doing multiple business. So we will create one company code group for that, and under that group code of group we can have multiple companies. So company code group concept is like group of multiple companies. And we have seen a two one of the attribute is a standard company code. So this is
So
more
can you
of
set
like,
a range for a company group?
this is not a range actually. We simply define the numbers. Like 0001 is a main company code group. Under that 0001, we can have 0010, 0011. So generally, we are not having a multiple business in a company. It could have more. You can say three business, four business, or five, maximum six or seven. So all we define with the numbers.
Okay, got it.
Ranges generally comes upon the where we have a database. If you say about the business partner, we could have a company could have a customer database in millions. So we need ranges for that. We cannot define in the configuration one, two, three, four that. We define ranges. If you take example of the document, we are going to receive billions of document in a period of 1 month. So then we will define a range of billions from 1 to 99999. So where we have a huge numbers, we use a ranges. Generally for the customer master and the transactional data, we use the number ranges. For the company code, these are only like 5, 6, 7. So we define in the configuration. The standard company code we generally use to allocate the values to the contract account, the amount. It can like the transaction where we are not specifically define the specific company code, and we the system is not able to uniquely define to which company code we need to post. So it generally use the standard company code number we have maintained at the contract account level, and post the on account transactions there, just to what I can say, like on account is like not specific uh, to the customer account, because we don't know like if a customer is making payment, and we always want to clear the outstanding. If the system is not able to uniquely identify to where to whom I need to assign this invoice to and clear the invoice, so simply the system will do the on account credit as a credit memo or as a credit simple open credit post to the customer account, and to which company code it will go. So it will take the standard company code value there. Paying company code, we can say the company code is uh, the company is saying we will book the revenue for particular all the services to the one company code only. But when it's about paying to the customers, we want to use a different company. For the business of electronic, I want to use a different company code. From there I want to pay for the marketing, if I want to pay from the different company code. So they have an option, so they can use paying company code there. So these company codes are there. So this just a differentiation of like how the company code concept use for the different requirements, you can say. So just to remember, like when we will use an FICA, then we will see like how we can use it. Uh, I will show you. This is under the payment. We are using this company code, standard company code. Our paying company code will come while we do in some payment related transaction, which is not maintained here, but and the company code, some configuration we need to define. So it will use there. So this is in CC, the how the account we maintained. Like this is the part that we have discussed in ECC, the how BP and how CA looks in ECC, and I'll show you the provider contract as well. So at least we will complete like master data how we will maintain in ECC part. So it search for like provider. So provider term is used for multiple modules. So wherever it find, it give you that. So you can search. So wherever the provider will come, so it will open that node and will you can just go through that. So we have that search option there. So like for FP_VT, yeah. So this is provider contract. That if we want to see how it looks, so we simply just I have do the search option. What are the available provider contract with me? So I just selected and display. So in same way, like in the contract account, we have general data, we have the contract items, the what are the items present under the contract, and other tabs similar like we have for BP, we have for CA. The same way we have for the provider contract. Here we will give the name to which business partner it is associated, what is the contract start date and end date, what is the time zones, and the managing company code that we have discussed, which company is managing. If we want to put any invoicing log, we don't want to invoice this particular contract, we can do the log and we can stop the invoicing there. We have the items, which are the item for or the plan that the customer or subscriber has subscribed. So we have the contract valid from to the same information, the item text, which item it is, like say it is calling plan, the contract account information, the 13 that we were seeing, it is related to that only. If it is a postpaid, we will use contract account. If it is a prepaid, we will use prepaid account. Then we have some other information. We have some organization data, to which sales organization or the distribution channel. The item overview, we can see the accounting related information, revenue accounting if it is related to revenue accounting. Then we have the transaction price, what are the amount for this item, the standalone selling price, SSP for this item, and assign IDs. So this is like ECC in ECC, this provider contract that we use. And if you want to change, you can just click on the pencil option there and you can change the information that you want to do. Like say for I want to change the start date of the contract, I can make it that. I have made it for the 28 Feb only. Then I have changed and I have saved it. So I have changed my contract uh, object. So we can do the change, we can do the create, we can display. All the information is here. If you want to change any other thing, you can do. So all whatever the options which is like open, you can edit there. If it is it is like gray out mode, you cannot change the business partner after creating the contract. So what are the available field only that you can change through this change mode. So this is in ECC. We have seen BP, we have seen CA, we have seen the provider contract, and now we will go to the CC part. Here we have seen like subscriber account. Subscriber account is like BP for the CC, and under the BP we have two types of account. If it is prepaid, then prepaid account. If it is postpaid, then it is an external account, and under external account we can maintain the information here. So what are the information like if we talk about the prepaid account? So here we maintain the balance, we maintain the threshold information, and we maintain then when it is blocked, logged, or closed. So the balance of account is a minimum like the customer is having. Like say if you make a call, if you have a particular balance, then it is okay, then you can make a call. But if you have like you always like if you have the minimum value, you have only left with a $5 or the $1 is your threshold limit. In case if we say the €5 is a threshold limit, so whenever you make a call you get a message from the IVR like you are having a minimum balance, please recharge your mobile. So from where trigger has been this alert has been triggered. So this is like from the account that we maintained here, like threshold value. So whenever the account reaches, whenever you made a call, you make a call, like system will go and check what is the threshold limit of the customer. If it is more than the threshold, then there is no alert. But if it is if it is if the balance is equal to your threshold limit, then it will create an alert for you. And if you want to make your service functional, then you need to refill your balance, then you will not get that kind of alert. So that for the refill the prepaid account, if you refill the balance, the amount will be credited in your balance. So these are the important information that we maintained at CC level for the prepaid account. This is, I think, simple and pretty much clear. The alerts that I'm talking about, the alert we can just see here, like I have maintained a prepaid alert _1, prepaid alert _2. This is a second tab of the prepaid account where I can maintain like values, threshold values. For the threshold value 10, the alert 1 should be triggered. And what is the alert 1? Alert 1 that you can still do, it should be after or before. This is a trigger mode, like you want like the €5 is your threshold amount, and this should be like before €5 it has been reached to €5, the alert should trigger. And if it is after €5, that you can define, like say if you are a free calling minutes you have, and before reaching the minutes you want some alert, or the company want to configure some alert, so you can define the trigger mode here. You want it after or you want it before, and what are the state of the account. If it is even though if you have not refilled your account, we can block the customer. And if the prepaid alert second, if still you have not refilled your balance, we can close the account, so it will not be functional anymore, and you cannot use any services. So we can see in the CC how this look. For the CC, we have seen last class, like we have some catalog here. Catalog is like is a topmost directory or folder where you can create all your charges, all the service master data or CC related information under one catalog. And this is my session has been logged out again. It is active. So it is taking some time to connect. So catalog is the basic information, or the folder or directory under which you will create all your price plan, charge plan, all the object of SAP CC you will save under this catalog. Sorry. So this would be most probably it is one only for the company level. But if you are going with the multiple business, so you can create your multiple catalog. But generally, we are doing only under one catalog. We create multiple plans for the different plans or product. So it's you can say the topmost part, topmost hierarchy, and under this you can see here like under this owner, every catalog we have one owner. So for that owner, whatever you have configured, the tables, the transaction table, pricing macros, all the functions, so all will come under that only. So I was supposed to show you the, yeah, the prepaid account. Like say if I want to create this, so I have clicked and I have clicked on this. So this I am creating test underscore prepaid account. For the subscriber account, we have last created. Under the subscriber, I am creating prepaid account. Here, if you have any external code, you can give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, anything. If you have client information, here you can maintain the balance like €100. The threshold limit is for the €1 you can maintain here. And if you have any schedule, you can fill the information here. If you don't, you can leave it blank. Then if you go to the second tab, we have the alert section. So here you can give anything like under the code. If you have like 0001, you can give here the threshold limit for this alert. You can maintain €5 and you can create one more alert. So whatever like your type of alerts, you can just simply maintain here, and with the threshold value of like this. For 1 I have maintained 5, and for the 10 I have maintained 02. And the same code that you have given here. If you have some time and you have mode here, you can select it should be logged, block, active. Like you want it should be active only. It's just a normal alert. It's for warning. So you can select the state is still active. But for the other, if you want to take some action, you can just maintain block or logged. The customer should be locked. And after that we have just created, and we can save this to database. We can do it from here, or we can go from the file and we can do it from there also. So we can see the subscriber account test BP underscore successfully modify. So under the BP, I have created this prepaid account and I have maintained this information. And for the external account, this is for the postpaid account, and this information that we have. So for this BP, we have one prepaid account and we have two external accounts. So this is CC master data that we have just created. So the alerts that we were talking about, the prepaid account balance, it can be like connected to the expiration or the any amount alert, and it is a kind of notification that to the dedicated system. It could be we can send to the downstream system or the any system which create the alert for the customer. We can give this information. CC will pass on this information that customer is reached to this amount or the threshold, and this is the code of alert. You can trigger whatever action you want to trigger from that system. So the type of alert, here we have the amount alert and we have the expiration alert. The code we just seen, the code is used to mark the alert notification. For the other system, you can configure there if this is the code given by the CC system. So for this code, we need to trigger this action. Threshold, we have seen the minimum amount that the customer should have. The time, we can say the number of days that you can define, like from this number of days we will trigger the alert. So that also we can do. The mode we can select, like it should be before or after, that we all can also select from the option. And we have different state: active, blocked, logged, or closed. So what action we want to take, we can take it. Subscriber account, that was that BP that we have discussed. It's a end customer for a service provider and assigned to a subscriber account. So this pretty much we have discussed about, and it cannot move to a different subscriber once it is created, and we cannot move it, like whatever like we have created under this, and we cannot move to a different subscriber account. So once the linkage has been created, you cannot move it. You need to delete it or remove it. Then how the provider contract looks in CC. So this we will see, like we have provider contract, we have some definition where we give the code information, the name. We have account assignment, like this is related to which subscriber account or the external account, we will see. So provider contract also include the refill prepaid account of the customer. Provider account, we know, like we have two type of account, either postpaid or either prepaid. So if we use the provider contract for the prepaid account, we will always use refill class or refill plan for that. And for the prepaid, like we need to give some free credits that will be used, we are using when we are using the pricing logic for that. And provider contract can be updated anytime, because we know we always have some changes if the customer want to make some changes through. So how it is actually triggered, so it can be based on the customer request, that customer want to end the contract whatever he has decided at the time of signing the contract, but he wants to end the contract. So it could be based on the customer request, it could be changed based on the consumption, because customer has already used the consumption before what we have given. So we can change based on the consumption as well. We want to trigger the change in the contract. And on the provider request, service provider wants to change in the contract, so it can be initiated, the change can be initiated in any of the three ways to the contract. And in the convergent invoicing, it is handled by the provisioning system. So if you are using a provisioning system CRM for that, so he will always trigger this kind of change. And contract through the web services, the convergent core tool will get to know about these changes. So if we go to the provider contract, so how it will be, if we will go to the new, under the new, under the provisioning, we have this provider contract. Once you create, it can give you the option for which subscriber account or the BP you want to create the contract. So you need to select for which account you want to create. So once I clicked, if you have the option, if you can give the code name directly here, and if you know any of the numbers here, and if you don't know, you can just simply do the random search. So whatever the possible numbers are there, subscriber accounts are there, it will give you the option. So like say if you want to create for this subscriber ACC or test subscriber, I can choose and I can select that. So under that it will create this provider contract. So you can see this information already populated, to which service provider, which catalog of the service provider, and what are the BP under which, or subscriber account under which his contract is going to be created. You can first, you have to give the provider contract underscore test. If you have some additional information you want to give, the counters we will see, like if you want to use. So after this, most of the information, if you want to link to the provider contract, existing provider contract, like say where we have like organization and employee, where organization is giving services to their employee. So for every employee we have a separate contract. So for the company contract we have a master contract, and we have, for employee we have a dependent contract. So in that case we can link for the employee provider contract, we can link to the master contract of the company. So that linking information is here. So after maintaining this information, you can just click on the save to database and click on OK. So provider contract will be created under this catalog. So it will take some time to save. This is individually I'm going and creating the customer master, because we don't have actually the integrated servers or the landscapes, but at least we should know, because when we do these connections, we need to give some kind of the BAPI or function module we should know, or if you want to create the data automatically, so we should have the information like how it is created in the system. So once we do the integration during the integration phase or the implementation phase, then we need to create some program. If it is not, we are not using a standard, or if I say, if in a business they are only using CC system, so we should at least know how to create the customer master in CC. And if in ECC they are only using ECC, they are not using charging in the system, they are directly using CI and the FICA. So what should be, how you create the master in the backend system. So we need to know that which program is responsible for that, and you give to your technical team that this program you need to call from the backend. So we need to know how the master is created. But the integration part is, as I said, currently we don't have, because it need uh, lots of information or the connection from the different system. So if we have, it will automatically flow. We need to do the settings. We will see, we have a small section on that as well, like how web services we called from CC, so it should directly flow to the ECC system. So currently we will create individually in each and every service server, uh, and technically we can say, like once we have the connection, so the same will be replicated what we have created manually. So this is like we have created this provider contract in CC system, and successfully it is created. And after creating the provider contract, we have, if you right click here, you have option to activate the charge plan or activate the refill plan, or we have multiple options. Because when you sign for the particular product or the contract, you always select for some plan. So here, if I activate the charge plan, so actually charge plan already should be configured in system before, because this is the uh, master data for the CC, service master data. What are the plans in your company that you are providing? First we need to configure that. So if you already configure that, then your provider contract will select the plans, and it could have the multiple plans. One customer or subscriber can subscribe for the multiple plans. So one provider contract can connect to multiple, can can be connected to multiple charge plans, and so that whenever the services that customer uses, so the necessary charge plan will activate from the CC, and the pricing will run, and the customer will charge to that. Like say from this catalog, it is showing me the to which charge plan I want to activate. So under the charge plan, I can go. I can see the currently I am having two charge plan test and main test. So I can choose like I want to activate with this charge plan for this provider contract. I'll click on OK. Then this information will come. What is the end date, the activated plan that we have selected, and if you want to click here, you can go on the detail of this charge plan. We will discuss here later, like what is a charge plan and what is charge and all these things. Currently you just understand like we are here for the provider contract. Under the provider contract we are subscribing for the charge plan. If you have any counters, like counters generally used for the to count the like say if you have some free data under your plan, so like data counters, we have amount of data in GB, and you can this information maintained like how much GB you are um, subscribed in the plan for the free. So after that you will be charged. So all these information under counter or the parameter you can give, like what is the billing cycle for this charge. You can maintain the account assignment. Here we have two external account. As I said, while we are creating the subscriber account, we have created two external account, two postpaid account. So when you subscribe for the charge plan, it actually asking to which external account we need to charge, because in the ECC system we always should know, we always need to post the invoice to the contract account, to which contract account this will go. So we need to select here either this first or the second one. So like say if I select for first, so it has taken the account assignment, and after filling this all information, if I click on save, so it is giving me some error. What I need to maintain, SAP bill cycle date, it has no value. If I click on this, and I need to maintain here because I have not selected here, so I can give any bill cycle like 20th of Feb, and after giving this information I'll save to the database. Then it is asking me the effective date, from which date it should be effective. I can give that date, and it is, I have clicked on OK. Then it is saying provider contract successfully modify. So we have seen how to create a subscriber account in CC, how it is connected to the prepaid account and the postpaid account, and we have created provider master data provider contract, and how the under provider contract how we have activated the charge plan. So this is the master data in CC. So this is provider contract, like it is showing like how it is connected to each and every object, subscriber account and the charge plan. If it is postpaid, if it is prepaid, it will be refill plan. So to create provider contract, we need at least one subscriber account. We need the effective date. We need, it can be activated to one or several charge plan that the customer has subscribed to, and one refill plan if it is a prepaid customer, CRM product, that references to the charge plan. So in the CRM, whatever the plans that we are providing to the customer, here in CC, we called it as a charge plan. And the parameters that we have just configured, the technical data that is required. And we have one more uh, master data in CC is access. Access is like this generally automatically created in the backend, and mainly is for the usage based transaction, because the usage based transaction, when you are using some services, like say if you are making a call, if you are doing some SMS or using some data, so the network system from this system who are capturing this information, they don't have your actual BP number or your customer contact account number. They don't know actually. They only know is your technical information, like say your phone number, from which number this SMS has been sent and to which number it has been sent, the data from which number this data has been consumed, or from which number you have sent this SMSs or you have made a call. So they have some information of your mobile number, which is a unique number, and this mobile number is your technical ID, technical data. You can say user identifier or customer service ID, technical identifier. Like, so they will send data of the consumption, like they have this phone number used this much of data, this much of call, this much of SMS. So again, from the phone number, we need to map the master of SAP, that is subscriber account or provider contract or the external account. So we need that information, that somewhere it is maintained, so system can easily identify, okay, from this phone number I need to pick this master data and I need to send it to the billing system, that this customer have used this much of rated in amount. So under the Excel we have two things, like this is UID and SID. SID is like service customer service ID, and UID is like the technical identifier of which service has been used. So like say for the telecom we have call data SMS, so we can have three different SID, that which service customer is using, and we can have a phone number as a user identifier which uniquely identify the user. So this UID will come as a user identifier number, and this SID is a service identifier which will tell which service the customer is using. Then this service like start date, end date, and we will assign contract, provider contract here, and the charge that the provider contract is activated, so that the system will get to know this phone number is related to which master data. So same it is mentioned here. The access related to provide are automatically created and maintained by the CC system once the this usage comes to. At the runtime, SAP CC access the information to determine to the charge and identify the provider contract. So this is mainly if you go for the usage transaction. If you don't have usage transaction, you don't exactly need the access. Like if I click on the access, so I'll search for it, and here you can see the numbers, phone numbers that has been maintained. Like say if I use the below one, and it will open. This is the access information. This phone number, this is the user identity service identifier, which uniquely identify the user who has called or who has used the service, or the service identifier, the data service he has used, and we maintain like start date, end date, the provider contract. Here you can assign any provider contract. These are the different provider orders. Contract is presently available in the CC. You can assign here, and the charge plan. This is, you remember we just created provider contract and activated the charge plan to it. The same charge plan, we have given this information. So this is alternatively connected with your phone number to the master data that we have created. So this is the linkage, because we know uh, the service what the customer is using is not having, actually it could have a multiple different property. Like say in case of telecom, we have phone number where we deal with, and similarly we for the toll and parking, if you are using your vehicle number, so your vehicle number will be your technical ID. So any unique number where we the master data that we are not creating, the service that we are using with some the uh, the number, which is we generally not create the master data from that number. So it is how it is linked to our master data and the services that we are using. So the same that we have discussed here. So right now for today's session, like we have covered in CC and in ECC, like how these master data that we create and how we change, how we configure, how we activate the plans to the provider contract, and how the system knows about the linkage between all these three different objects. And tomorrow we will see more like how we will in the CC system, how we will create the charges, the charge plan, the price plan. So how the actually the pricing is structure, and what are the different options in CC available, and how we create uh, these different options. And we will do the trial run of the pricing as well. And so we'll more discuss about in the CC that how we will do.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key feature of SAP Hybris? Option A, inventory management. Option B, omni-channel customer experience. Option C, supply chain optimization. Option D, business intelligence reporting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a supply management whiz? Our SAP HYBRIS course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll delve into SAP HYBRIS, your go-to tool for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced tips, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to guide you and answer any queries you may have. And our students, they're loving it. Just like you, folks have found our course incredibly useful. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to master SAP HYBRIS? Enroll on our page now. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
So okay, so we'll start with the today's session. So this is like for CC, we're starting with the convergent charging. So master data we all know, like what are there in CC, subscriber account, and then under subscriber account we have prepaid account, and we have the external account, which is contract account or business agreement, and we have seen the provider contract, which is created under subscriber account. And each provider contract take the some charge plan. It can take the multiple charge plan depending on the subscriber subscribes for the plans. And we have seen access as well, like what are the user identification, the service ID that customer is using, because customer will always identify through some unique number, which like in case of mobile number, it could be their telephone number, which uniquely identify the customer. So how the phone number connect to the master data, that we have seen through the access in SAP CC. And so so now we have seen the customer master perspective. What are the objects that we need to define in to proceed further or to do the transactional activity within SAP system. So these three objects which are mandatory to create in SAP from the customer master data point of view. Now we will come here for the transactional point of view, how the data will come to SAP CC, the transaction that customer is using and how we rate it and how we price it. So what are the important things that we need to maintain in SAP CC to rate the transaction and to charge the transaction. So this is the process again, the pricing config. So in pricing config, we design the environment for configuring the customer and partner pricing and charging model. So in pricing, we generally create the price plan in within the CC, so that the transaction that is received to the CC system to the core tool, so that they can just easily identify that what are the amount of service, or the in case of telecom, the call, for how much duration the call has been done, and in case of SMS or data has been used. So the pricing config will see that what is the duration or the amount of transaction that customer has used. So the pricing will do the pricing based on that. That after that we have the order management, where like customer master the subscriber account and the subscriptions. So through the provider order, we got to know that for which plans the customer has placed the order, and through which subscriber it is actually belongs. And after that the acquisition will come. So in SAP CC we have multiple transaction which is coming to SAP CC in a second or in a minute. The millions of usage is coming, because we have a large customer database. We have a huge customers in current organization. They are using on the real time basis, and we need to do the real time rating. So how the system will know like which transaction they need to take it. So kind of acquisition process it comes, where from the network system which are providing the usage of the customer. So we decided how to rate it real time, then we immediately take it. If we want to do it later in the day end, or after the business hours we want to rate it. So we defined it here in the acquisition, we want it real time or we want to do it in a batch. If we go for a batch, then we keep on accumulating the transactions within the server. Then the core server or CC server will acquire that transactions and will do it in a batch. If we want real time, then we do the acquisition process in on the real time basis. Acquisition is just simply to acquire the transaction so that it comes for the further process of rating and charging. If we don't acquire um, the transaction, so it will not come for the further process of rating. Then the rating here to apply the pricing to the event to both customer and partner, because we already have seen like in our case we will charge for the partner we will pay for the partner, and for the customer, the customer will pay to the company. So for either for customer or either for partner, the CC will create the rated transaction, which could be either payable or either receivables. So in rating, we update the subscriber and the partner counters or state, like we want to, in case of used minute, like if the customer has already used this number of minutes, so we need to update the counters, like this much of amount or minutes customer has already used. Or we can update the state of the customer. It could be block, it could be closed, any of the state. Uh, who is this? Can somebody go, is not talking, can go on mute? Yeah, it's good. So, and we have the recharging option, like we can recharge again if some sim is like if the charging was not correct, so we can recharge again that transactions. And the charging process after rating, we go for the charging to decide where to apply the charges. We have from the pricing, we got to know this much amount that customer has used, and this has to be the price for that transaction. After that, we want to know to whom we need to charge this amount. So how the system will identify that this transaction will be debited or will be paid by the customer, to whom it should be paid or to which it has to be charged. So the charging process will decide to where to apply these charges. And we have the prepaid, postpaid, allowances, wallets, and hybrid charging models. Within the charging, we decide to which customer, which type of customer, or which type of charges it is, and where to apply the charges. And finally, output to the billing system. When it is rated and charged successfully, then finally we need to pass this transaction to our downstream system, which is for the billing and invoicing. So this will actually eventually go for ECC system, where the billing system will get this transaction and will bill this based on the billing cycle, or if it is not reached, so the in the ECC it keep on accumulating, and at the month end, mm, depending on the cycle, we will do the billing and invoicing, and then finally it go into the collection and dunning process. And in the conversion charging output transaction to the downstream, what we have discussed, and then finally it go to invoicing and the CFMS collection financial management system or the third party system. So this is in CC overview of the CC, like what process from end to end like in CC happen and how it goes to the downstream system. So any questions? We'll go forward. So this is like SAP charging application, how it look like. It's basically a tree based system that we create different plans. Under the charge plan, we will see like what is charge plan and what are the price plan. But this is kind of an overview how in CC it look likes. So this is a application which is completely flexible system for pricing with the high performance volume and with no compromises, like it can take for the millions of transaction which is coming for a day, easily can rate and charge. There is no issue at all for this system. So it's very flexible. It just go on and execute in this way. The if else kind of tree is there, so it will, whenever any transaction comes, first is go from this side, then it go one by one, and finally we have an output of the rated transaction and charge transaction. So this is a graphical user interview. It's a kind of visual programming, which is a Java based tool inside this, and which is used for the charging and revenue sharing models for the different services, and based on the component to design the configurable decision tree. So it depending on like how we want, we can configure this decision tree based on our requirement, and we can calculate the price for services, bundle or promotion. So depending on which kind of service you want to rate, we can do it for, we can create this decision tree based on that. Yeah, it can be done, but that is not so flexible. It can, and it cannot handle the scenarios for the high volume transaction. Like say for the prepaid scenario, they never can handle any SD. Can you remember? Can you imagine like if somebody making a call, then SD can go and check whether the customer has been reached to their threshold level, then they need to trigger a alert for the customer real time, then they send back to the system like don't place the call for the customer. So it based on it's on the traditional thing, like if you are placing an order, then you finally go for the simple billing and invoicing, then you create a invoice for the customer. But you just think in the context of like the online rating and charging, so that system is not capable enough, and it's not very easy. If you talk about the bundle, if you are selling your services with your hardware mobile phone with the service of phone and SMS, like so they cannot do the invoicing for both hardware and the services. So again we need to create a separate order for the hardware and separate order for the services that customer is using. So this system is reason like, that is the reason it comes separately, the CC system SAP has acquired, because the SD cannot take off, SD ECC SD will is not capable enough to handle these kind of scenario. And even if you take the customer database, they cannot handle millions of customer in SD, and they don't have the mass runs, they cannot do billing in mass for the for a day, and like for a lakhs, like millions of customers, they need to send the invoices and they do the balance update. So these kind of reasons that the CC has come in SAP. More on performance and some scenario where SD cannot handle the scenarios. And for the the industry that is going towards the subscription based business, the recurring fee, that recurring charges they cannot handle through the SD. But can you set a batch job, give the ranges, and they can automatically picked up, and they can throw the errors kind of thing? Is it possible?
For the prepaid ones, you're saying?
Even for the postpaid, if we want to do it, like they have a, parallel processing object, because I don't think in
Okay.
SD we have these kind of thing. Even like if we go for the the batch mode of the rating, we have that kind of options that we can schedule a rating, and that we can acquire in every half an hour and every 5 minutes or an hour, that we can schedule that of thing without impacting the server performance. So it's a very flexible and high performance tool. CC is only to rate your charge, not to do any kind of billing. For billing, we have
Yep.
ECC.
Okay.
This is purely pricing, separate module for the pricing. So whatever you dump into the system, all the transaction based on your rules, it get charged and it get rated. And finally, we have a separate billing system which will take care of all your billing, invoice printing, all your financial in that system. This system is fine, is basically to rate your charges for prepaid, for postpaid scenarios. So this is tree system, how in CC we create a complex tree or price plan, charging plan, under price. What are these different permutation combination to calculate the charges? What are different functions we use, and how tree looks like? So this is a kind of overview picture of SAP CC decision tree. And SAP CC supports multiple functions, comparators, splitters, and different type of rates that we can use to create this decision tree. So this is kind of rate type of rate that it is showing. This is used for the usage, recurring and non-recurring charges. And this is the real-time alert tables structure that or counters that is available for the CC system that they can use for different scenarios. So this is the process step, like how in CC the transaction comes and how it finally go for this under CC and what is the output from the CC. So this is like customer and contract system, the Java based, the synchronous API, which generally comes to this CC system whenever any customer created. So it comes to SAP CC system and we create the master data in SAP CC through this API. And finally, now we create some basic master data related information in SAP CC, and then it is created. Then the event metering system. It's basically the transaction which is coming to the SAP codes tool for the pricing. So it will give you the usage information if customer is making a call or doing any data usage or SMS, all related events what the customer is using. It's all coming to this via this SAP tool, we can say like IEC tool, import export tool, which is giving this information to the core tool, and from there this incoming events are coming, and finally it comes to the course tool where we are configuring this decision tree, and this is the real time basis. This tree, this transaction will go under this tree, and finally after going through this tool, the output of this system is finally create a charged item or the billable item for the invoicing or billing system. So this rated event, after this we got the rated event for the billing interface, and it gives you in a specific format the rated transaction, because the downstream system we need to know like which format this transaction should come to the billing system. So we will have these different columns, you can say, within the output of the rated transaction that the downstream system can take and do the billing and invoicing based on the different fields of the transaction, rated transaction. We can say IC, or we can say some other tool of SAP which gives this information of the transaction to the core tool, where the core will do the rating of this transaction. So any kind of like call detail record or event detail record, so we will come here, that will come here, and then it will go to the system for rating and charging. Yeah, mediation is not necessary. Some company is using a separate mediation if they have if they want to do some data analytics on that, so they will use a dedicated mediation tool. If they don't want, just they want to take some information from the network system directly, so they can only use the IEC system. So they will just take the transaction, import the transaction, and they will export in a particular directory, and from there the other tool of SAP will take care and do the acquisition of rating and charging. So depending on the how the business want
Okay. So,
to do the analytics of the data. So not necessary to use the particular mediation. Which network are you using? From there, it captured what you have done. So from network, it will send you to the mediation device or in some other IEC tool kind of thing. So what mediation will do, it just convert the network element into the readable format of SAP charging because it's a raw data. We need to convert it what the system wants. So the mediation comes and it will correct the data, it will check some validation from the network whether the network is not sending the duplicate data. If you make a call, so maybe the data comes twice, so we have some validation at there only before coming to the CC. Before giving it to the CC, just check whether the transaction that is coming for the usage is not duplicate, or the sum field, like say for telephone number it should always a 10-digit number. They have the network system or the mediation system has signed only the 8-digit. So these kind of pre-validation of the raw data that we need to identify, we need to correct it, we need to format it, and then send it to the SAP CC system for the rating and charging. So all these kind of activity where we do, so these happens at the mediation side, or then IC can take care, then IC import export will take and give it to the CC. So it is like that. It's based on only usage, and even in usage some company used it or not use it based on their requirement, because the mediation having the licensing cost is too high for the mediation system. So and even the SAP has not acquired the mediation product. This is a company called Digital Root. On the name of SAP, they sell their mediation product. So even SAP don't acquire the mediation product, so they take services from some other company. So the customer wanted, they can go for it. They don't want, still they can run their business. So this is a simple end-to-end flow. Like this is the customer, they first do the sign up first time that they are doing, uh, they are buying the product or they are taking the services. So in the SAP CRM system, we have the customer and product, we create the contract what they have signed, then the CC. In CC we have the rating and charging we can do, and the output is the charge system, charge item, and it will go CI for billing, and then after billing the customer will get the invoice. If it is a normal only service that customer is using, which is not based on any consumption or usage, then this path will go in that way. Then if the customer is making usage, so after sign up he will not go into this path, he will doing normal usage, and from the usage we got raw usage. Then in the mediation system, it will go through the mediation process, and the mediation system will do the raw usage what they have used, it convert into the readable format of the usage event. Then it comes to the CC, and then CC will do the pricing. So this is the flow. So I think this should be quite clear to each and everybody. It's convergent mediation. So this is a product which is not owned by SAP. Currently they are selling this product with a company called Digital Root. So everybody is clear with this overall picture, right? So we will go with the CC core tool, that what in this last class that we were using in that tool, the CC tool, where we create the decision tree, we will create the customer master. So this is like in your system, uh, you need to install the one file for the CC. You need to do the setup. After running the setup in the generally in the C drive, the core tool. Under the bin folder, you have this core_tool.bat. This is a BAT file that you need to execute. And when you execute, then the tool will open, and then you need to give the credentials. So this is like in Windows, how it look like, and then like in different OS, because this tool can be used in any of the OS. So it could have some different URLs for depending on the different OS. So if for Windows, like you need to give your user and your password, URL will be the server URL from where this will connect. And this is a kind of core tool, that BAT file, that you, if you double click on that, then this screen will come, and you need to just log in here. And core tool, we know it's a Java application, runs on the different OS platforms: Windows, Mac OS, Linux, AIX. So that. So we already seen, like after login, we this window comes and we have like icons under the menu and options in the screen, and this is like object. Once you click, the object will come into this window. So under the file, we have option like new, open, delete, save, import, export. Here we have the multiple options, like which object you want to create under CC. You want to go for the master data, we have subscriber account, we have the provider contract, we have access. We have seen in last class, we have seen all these three. This is a part of customer master. Then this is related to the service master data. For the CC, will require to create the charge plan, to configure the charge plan, price plan, all these different options we will require while we create. So then we have this catalog. Under the catalog, all these transactions going to save, and we can select it and we can create. We have option for open as a copy. So like say if you already configured something, and you can just open as a copy and you can change it. So that copy version has been created, and you can anyway, if you can go to the previous version, we have everything, whatever you create, it create one version under SAP CC, and if you change it, then again a version has been created in SAP CC. So anytime if you go again back to the previous version, so you have option for that you can again, if something went wrong and the business say again I want to go to the previous version, so you don't again need to reconfigure the plans again. You can simply just select the previous version and that get activated at that time. So we have a versioning system, which is very good option we have. So all versions have maintained in the CC system. So this is in the new, you can just go click on the catalog. You can create, we already talked, this is a catalog. Whenever you are doing the new creation of the object, any object that you are creating first time, or you are creating anything, charge, or the tables, whatever related to transaction, it should saved under catalog. Catalog is a kind of parent directory, or the topmost node in SAP CC. All the information, all the object going to save under a catalog, and the catalog owner would be there who is creating the catalog. So all the information will save under that the catalog object only. So always you need to first create the specific catalog, and then you can create all the price plan and save under that. It is like depending on, it's not like based on prepaid and postpaid. For whole prepaid and postpaid, you create a single catalog, and you can share depending on the owner you want to share this catalog. So generally we create for one business a single catalog. Under catalog we have multiple plans and multiple accounts, prepaid or postpaid, whatever. In general practice, SAP, the companies will go for only a single catalog. But if they have a multiple units where they are selling for the different business, so then they can create a separate catalog for their, like say if they are selling service for telecom, they can create one catalog for telecom that will relate that will contain all pricing information of your telecom domain. Then if you are selling some services for the utilities, like say for your electricity services that you are selling, so you are giving to the consumers, so then you can create a separate catalog for the separate business unit. So in that way we can create a different catalog. The line of business if you have, you can create, because we don't want to maintain many of the catalog within the same line of business. And it doesn't make sense also, because we need to expose the catalog to the front end system as well sometimes. So it's better to have a single catalog and you can have multiple um plans under that. We have option for the user administration, so to whom we should give to write for this catalog, so that only that person can open the catalog and can save the changes, otherwise it will only for the display purpose. So we have some security options. So under the catalog we have multiple product or plans that we will expose to CRM, that what plan we are offering, the same plan we have in CC. So that catalog is different, and this is a CC. In CC we called it catalog, the where we save all the changes under one folder or directory. So this is a catalog. E-commerce catalog is different. It's basically pricing only. This is a separate tool specific to pricing. Multiple pricing we will create under the same catalog only. So we have options save to database, save to file. We already seen this. And in the under the window option, you can go and view the catalog what are currently created. And we have a owner who is the owner of this catalog. And under the catalog, what are different tables, prices, plans, price plan, charge plan that has been created will all come under here. For pricing, as a consultant, I'm looking forward for configuring the pricing and rating charging. So my user ID will be created, like say currently in my system, I'll show you. The user will be, so this is like owner is like test underscore ank. So like when I'm creating this catalog, I'll give a name to it. What could be the name of this catalog? So it's kind of take the owner, the name of the catalog, who is the owner of these all things. So catalog for this. So if you create, you can give any name. So here in the example they have given this web service catalog something, so that is coming. So it is kind of like which it is belong to which catalog, the owner of this all the pricing that we are currently opening. It's like that. Currently we have two catalogs, so the name of the catalog we can give here. So like if we create a new, so it is asking for the owner, so you just here you need to give the name. I can give any name, web service, something like this, like this, and you can save it. So you then so that become the owner of all the pricing that we are going to configure under this. For line of business we create one catalog. So you can give here the name, the line of business that you are doing, the telecom.
Name of a business unit or something.
Yeah, it could be anything. Depending on you, it's not like that.
Okay.
You can give any name to that catalog actually.
Okay. Got it.
So it's for you actually. You need to understand. in future if business say you need to change it, or if you are creating, so it's purely the discretion of the consultant who is doing the configuration. You as a consultant for a business, they say, okay, for the call, I want to create, you just create a price. If I call to uh, the Europe, if I make a call to anybody's make a call to Europe, the charge should be uh, $2 for outside of country. For this country, it should be €5 or something. So this kind of requirement business has given. So what you do this is a kind of price that you need to configure. So then you log into the catalog, which is existing catalog. You go and create a new price for the requirement of the customer under the existing plan what the customer has subscribed. So you go and just configure. So as a consultant, you can give any name to the catalog. Business doesn't go and check that what you are giving. So it's a back-end activity. So the pricing logic. So what you are doing, what at the time of implementation, how you have created based on your choice or the nomenclature. So or the you can say you should give a name that everybody can understand. Okay, this price plan is related to calling. So even
Okay.
if you don't want, you can give test 1 2 3. So depending on the thing that how you are doing. So here we have the import and export option. Like, is it possible we can import the pricing macro, the functions, or some chargeable item class? Like, if you have already configured, like, we have different servers in SAP CC. We have the development, quality, then pre-production or production, and you don't want to go each and every server and you need to configure. You just export whatever you have created in your previous server and you can import it. So you have an option like if you want to import particular this object only, you can import it. You can tick mark here and you can do it. So you if you want to import a specific something, so you can do that as well. So you don't need to actually import each and everything depending on. So this option is we have in CC. You don't need to do the redundant work. And we have these shortcuts. You can say we can verify every plan that we have configured. We can verify that plan. If something is wrong, you can get the error message in red. Then you got to know, okay, you need to correct that. And you have the option for read price plan, that if you click on that, so it can give you the price plan, how it is going towards the tree in kind of a simple language readable format. So it will explain you in that way, human readable language, you can say. This is and we have a trial run option. You can do the trial run of the pricing. You can run. You don't need to wait for the data to come and the test. We have option for a trial run. You can give value what you have configured, and you can see output immediately. So you can get to know, okay, whether you have configured your plan is working as per your expectations or not. So we have option for all these things. So it's become very easy to create the plan and to test it. We have like under when we create the catalog, if you right click on the objects, we have an option for new, open as a copy, delete, export, all these kind of different operations that you can perform once you open the catalog. And it can be open and we have shortcuts as well to do the same changes. And we have like change list, or you can say the transport changes. So I will show you what is this change list option. So whatever like you have created, then you can easily transfer or transport that changes. If I go on new and create the change list, I can write here like transport to staging test. So here like I can select the objects which you want to take it to the next system. So here the catalog come. I will go for this, the test. So you can choose like from which catalog you want to take your changes, and you have option like what you want to take it in this change list. Like say I want only this chargeable item class. So I have selected the object, and after that you can just click on the save to database. Successfully created. Do you want to configure the transport request? If you want to configure, otherwise it already created. So you just click on no. So this is a kind of change list that if you want to take a particular change, is used to transport a set of catalog object that for the remote convergent charging system. Like if you want to send it some other system, so you can do it. It include the master data, the charges, pricing macro, whatever the functions you want to choose, you can just select it. And this change also contain the versions of all the object. So you can just choose it. It doesn't have the impact on any of its content. You can take it. And if you click on the like say price plan, it's a consist of the charge and price plan. The charge plan consists of charges, charge and charge consist of the multiple price plans and other things. So if you select one of the objects, so all dependent object will automatically comes here. So the thing that is dependent on each other. So if you select the master piece of that, so the dependent will automatically come. So this is kind of that thing. Then under the action, we have the version. Like you can change the version whenever you want, that you have created as a version of you previously you maintained, like for this table, this tier table that you have maintained something and then you have changed. So we have two version of it. So anytime you can you want to activate, you can change the version, and if you want to delete the version, you can do that as well. So this is a new feature that SAP Convergent Charging 4.1 release. In that release, it comes. Previous to that, this option was not there. Version now can be deleted. It will simplify the deletion of unnecessary, because whenever you make changes, it keeps on creating multiple versions, and we know this version is not going to be any use in future. So what you can do, you can just simply go and delete that version. So it doesn't make sense to keep all the versions and keep the load the database, and it will create the confusion as well for us. Like we don't know this version exists, and sometimes we can choose that version, it can create some wrong, it can we can choose the wrong version of it, so it could impact our business as well. So better to delete it if we don't want it. So this is purely like for pricing, or we can say everything is not exposed to the CRM system or the other system. So anyway, it is not related to for that object, and you can anytime delete it. This is for the pricing for the CC only. But something if you are exposing to the CRM system, so we say in that sense, like we should not delete it, because you can say a price plan table or which tables we generally expose to the CRM system, so that data we should not delete it. But we have only some category of the tables, like say the mapping table which is exposed to the CRM, we map with the CRM and CC system, so only for that. But for the other object, it doesn't apply. You can go and delete it, because this is purely created in within CC, and it doesn't have a connection with CRM or the CC system. In the tables, we can see this option. If we have any table here, charge translation table. So we need to create some version, then the option will come. and then we'll see. Okay, we'll see when we create that. So this is the function model which in SAP CC actually work. See how that what we are talking about. So like say we first have created this master data. So like all the master data that here that the provider contract, the access, the subscriber account. So all these that master data that we have till now that created in the SAP CC, and it is basically connected to your charge plan, the provider contract, which subscribed for a particular charge plan, and then it is connected to the lower hierarchy of the subscriber account and the external account. So the service master data that from where the CC started is like first you need to create the chargeable item classes. This is required when we have the usage, because the usage file will come to the CC system. The usage file will come to the CC system. So CC system should know what are the formats of the usage transaction. So for that we create a CIC, chargeable item class, or it could be allowances event class if any allowances that we are providing. So CIC will always we create first. This is basically is for the usage data we created. If we don't have the usage system, usage transaction, we don't create the CIC. If we have, then we create multiple CIC. Like say this is for the call. For the call, we should have a different format. If we have SMS, we should have different format. For data, we should have a different classes, because every service contain a different parameters. So for the depending on the service that customer is using or the service provider is providing, based on that we will create different chargeable item class. If we have the prepaid, then in the prepaid system we create similar to chargeable, we create the refill item class, because refill will always come like if you for the prepaid you need to refill your balance, and the property is also different. So for prepaid scenario we use it refill item classes. Then if we have allowances related something, so we will create a allowances event classes. So we could have a CIC based on the different product. We can use a different A and B. Here it is giving here. So after creating the CIC, we will go with the charge and the plans. Yep. And we in the charge and pricing plan we use this CIC actually, because in the price plan we should know like say to which country this customer has called, because we have a pricing logic based on the prefixes on the number that customer has dialed. So from where we got to know the customer has dialed this number, so the CIC will contain that information to which number the customer has called. So we will take that field and we will use in pricing to use this field of the CIC and check what is the prefix of that number and do the pricing based on that. So this is an example that we are using. So it will go under this, and finally we would have a charge that for that call customer has called to the country Germany. This is the prefix, and for 5 minutes the customer has called. For per minute charge is like for €1, so total is €5. So this €5 will come as a charge that the output of this charging and price plan, and it finally go to the charge item class. Why it is needed? Because we cannot give blindly €5 to the ECC system. We have to give all the required information, to which customer it is charged, to which BP it is charged, what is the amount, what is the type of service the customer has used, what is the duration of the service. So all whatever required for the billing and invoicing, it will go as a format of the charged item. It is called charged. Why charged? What is the difference? Chargeable and charge. Chargeable, that it is not yet charged, it is eligible for charging. So before charging, it is called chargeable item. After the charging, it is called charged item, because charging has been done, and from the charging this item has been created. Then it comes to the charge item class, and then we send it to the ECC system. And all how it is connecting with the customer. So you can see here, like from the subscriber account, it is connected to the provider contract. We have seen yesterday, when we were creating the provider contract, we need to give the subscriber account name there. So it connected to this subscriber account. Here it comes this way, and the provider contract, we have activated a plan under provider contract. Yesterday we have seen, we after creating the contract, we have activated the charge plan, to which plan the customer has subscribed. So this is the charge plan we have activated under the provider contract, and this charge plan connected to all these three things: the chargeable, charge plan, price plan, charge, all it is connecting to this charge plan. So you can see under the bucket of charge plan, it's all connected to the service master data, this part. So this is, and this is the customer master data, and both are connected to each other. So this is the functional data model. Just I want to show technically in CC how this works. And after that, we will go inside each and everything, then we will create it. Then we need to understand why this is needed, what is CIC, why we are creating chargeable item class, what is charging plan, what is price plan, and what is charge, and how it is connecting to the charged item class and the provider contract and access, at all these things. The same example that it is given here, this is for the postpaid that we have seen. Now this is for the prepaid. Metering system is like that, the mediation system, you can say that, that is formatting the raw usage. We have seen in the previous slide, we have the raw usage which the mediation system was taking, and then it is converting into the format. The conversion of the format is the chargeable item class, that we need this info that customer made a call. So the network is having a raw data. It is having the multiple things with that call associated it, but we want it in a structurable format, so that the system can understand. They can use the property of different thing, like to whom, to which number the customer has called, the duration the customer has called, to which at which time the customer has called, because we sometimes we have a plan, like if the customer is calling during this period, we will have a high charge. If it is the customer is calling in the night, then it is the charge is lower. So that kind of information that is needed for the pricing. So all these information are coming as a under the class. Under the class, you can say it's a table of having a different columns, and the columns is like the calling number, the duration, and the time it has been called. So we have different columns under this class. So under this class we have multiple columns for that, and we can use that property during our pricing. This is creating based on the service. If it is a call, so we know what information we need. So we will create a table structure kind of thing, because in every call you may require these many information. So you define the structure for the call only. So for something, if you want some information will come for long distance. For the normal call, some field will come, some will not come. So we will use that. But for call, we will use a single CIC. But for SMS, we will use a different CIC because the service has been changed. The output is changed. But for call, we know our information is similar. So we need a similar structure. Why we need to create a three different CIC for that? It's like mediation will give you the transactions only.
So,
Starting point of the transaction in SAP CC or previous to CC. So yeah, means what I can say. Uh, so in the pricing, we first have the charge plan and provider contract. This already has been created in the system. The provider contract, when they are signed up, we know to which charge plan they have signed up. So we know. So whenever any transaction comes, so comes through this CIC, and then it goes for here, and then it create a charge, and from the charge we have the charge plan associated. So we got all the information, and the output, it ends here, the charge item class. So it finally gives you for the downstream system this charge item class. This class will give you the ultimate output. So it triggers from here. We have a kind of, you can say, a BART tool there who calls, who send these all transaction to CC to rate it and to price it, to charge it. We have one more tool, we can say, for the core tool to trigger the charging, because which transaction we need to acquire for a day, and we need to send it for rating and charging. So we have a tool uh, placed there which will filter out the transactions, because we are getting thousands and millions of transactions. Which transaction we need to rate it right now, and we need to keep it for the batch mode. So all these kind of segregation between these transactions will be under a one tool. We can say a BART tool. Then BART tool will send like these transaction will go for the next process of rating and charging. So they will pick the particular set of transactions, and then they will call this CC system. So it will flow from here and finally create a charged output in this. So in the, it's a basically a technical tool which we need to just set up. We will see in our after this session, not this session, once we complete the pricing and rating, then in the architecture of the CC, then we will see what are the different tool is connected to the core tool of CC system. So then the picture will clear. Then who will triggering the CC, who's calling the CC, and what are the other tool. We have CAT tool, we have the IEC tool, so that is coming. So it's a normal, like what who is calling the SAP CC system. So actually this is the end-to-end only the functional data model, that how the pricing and trigger the charge plan. That is the server architecture point of view. You can say that how the CC core is calling. So it's kind of the architecture, like you can say the CC core is here. Then we have this SAP CC BART. We have this offline mediation. So like this is like offline mediation. Like we already we have some data which is already sits in some directory, and from there we can directly pick it up in SAP core. Or if there is any BART server if we are using, then that is required for scheduling of the transaction, that will come, then that will trigger the CC core. And if we are using the online mediation for the prepaid scenario, so we have this different server, the CC diameter server. So it directly like connect to the core server. So it is this part is like we don't actually really worry about it. This is totally technically that
Yeah.
how this is calling. So this is a structure. What we are here currently here, SAP CC core, where all these things, pricing, rating, charging that we were discussing. So all these things in this core tool. So this is customer if he has making any usage, it could be any usage service. So it will go to the network element. Network, the physical network of telecom systems which they set up, right? So
Mhm.
it is that network element which captures what you are using actually. So from the network system, it comes to the mediation system. Why we need mediation? Because the network captures, we don't know in which format they are capturing. So we need something in between who can convert it to the readable format. So the mediation system will come into this picture. After the mediation, what it will give you the CDR detail, the call usage detail, the readable detail, which normally comes to the SAP CC system. Then the CC system we have seen. This is the CC system. Inside CC we have this thing. So now it triggers the pricing and charging. When
So,
we take the example, then it will be in CC how when then we create and we'll do the trial run of the price. Then the picture will more clear. So right now, I
correct.
think you can the overview of this diagram like in this way. It is pretty much clear. It will capture in a format of class. Yeah, it is not accumulating to some table or something. It's a kind of, okay, I'll show you. So this is like, this is the CDR file called detail record. It is coming into this directory, as I said. So the the network drive and from the IEC system they will just acquire and place this file. This is consumable, this is service cost, so kind of this different folder depending on the different services, like say for call, for SMS, for internet, for data, we will have 4 different folders. So all these folder will contain some CSV file, was CSV file having a format that the chargeable item is having. So from this the usage will put into this
What
folder
may be the
different data that what
different
customer has used. Network is giving the whole information what you have made. Then the mediation will take what information you want. If something is redundant for you, just remove it. What is the format? The mediation will ask to the CC system what format you require to do this rating and charging. Yeah, I can say like if I open any notepad, like say if I call to this number, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, maybe then it is separated with this 10 minutes of call.
Mhm.
then then you have a distance, then you can have a customer. So you will find a format of data in this way. So like the
Correct.
system will again convert it into a readable format what the CC want. So the file or the transaction will come in this and place to that directory. Now you have to think about the system that you are giving to the next system, the next downstream system. Like what we ask from the mediation, I want this format, you have to give me in this format, then only I can do. So mediation has done this. Okay. Then CC is doing rating and charging, he has done, but he has to give to some other system. So other system will tell, I want in this format, then only I can do billing and invoicing. So the other system's format will come into a part of charged item class. The chargeable, what CC want, the charge, what the other system that we are going to give. So we will convert the CC output into a charged item class. Means it is
Okay.
having a data having some columns which is maybe needed for the billing and invoicing. So it is come under like charge plan only once you define a charge plan. This is a plan you need to give all the information what is the charged item class, and when you define the charge, then you define the CIC. So this picture will again going to very clear. From the CRM, customer will start. So from CRM we will get to know what is the provider contract has been created, and from the CRM we got to know which charge plan customer has subscribed. And once he subscribed for the charge plan, and under the charge plan we have all these things for pricing and charging logic for that plan. So simply we know like CC can do the rating and charging for the plan what he has subscribed. So but we also need to know like to which customer masters the downstream system we need to give for billing and invoicing. So this is connecting to this plan. So we will in the charged item output, you will fill all the information like what is the BP, what is the CA for this item class for the charged item, so that they can use it. So in CRM you created a provider contract, so it is replicated here, and you selected a rate plan. So charge plan automatically we got to know in CC, okay, he has subscribed for this, and under charge plan we have all these logic. So we got to know this is the final output of the customer that has been used. And finally we have provided a charged item to the CI system for further billing and invoicing. In the first class I told you master data is a basic object which needs to be present in all three systems, right? Because this is master data to whom we need to charge. If we don't create it in CC, then to whom we tell to the next system that this is for this customer. It's not two-way. We are starting from the SOM only. So it is already created there. From there it will replicate to CI and CC. This is the file what I'm saying. The network is giving to the CC system. Before network, what network do? It will giving you this information or something like this, or something like absurd value which is that you cannot read something. It is something like written in this way. If mediation is not in place, or some other tool IC is not in this place, so how CC will read this transaction? So what mediation do? Mediation will convert these all information, because we don't know where is the actually calling number, to which number it has been called. But so mediation will convert these raw data into a readable format, so that the CC will know to which number the customer has called, the customer number, the unique number, the phone number of the customer. From there, we can connect with the actual customer. So you simply just understand the network, the physical network. What is they are just taking it? It's in raw format. Plan is related to the provider contract, which CC know to which plan the customer has subscribed. The network doesn't know which plan customer is using. We know that customer has used 10 minutes of call to this outside long distance number, and for duration we don't know what is the amount of the usage. So that is the CC comes into the picture. CC will tell you for 10 minutes of the duration, if the customer has called to this long distance number, and our logic says if this is called to the Germany, we need to multiply 10 minutes into the €5 per minute. So the calculation will come into the 10 into 5 like €50. So this calculation of 10 into 5 into 50, and the logic will see the calling number is starting with Germany country, so we need to apply €5 per minute. If this is Belgium, we need to start €10 per minute. So the CC is doing all this thing. Okay, this is which combination I need to pick, then what is the calculation, and finally CC will give you the €50 amount. So this €50 will come to the will send to the CI system that customer has used this €50. Nothing, mediation is doing nothing, just whatever data just convert in the format, and nothing, no processing. raw data into readable format, and if you want to apply some analytics kind of thing, like data should not be duplicate, and the value of the particular field should not be greater than the length of the field that we have defined. So these kind of logic, you can just refine the data before giving to CC, and nothing, and format and refine the data. Only that mediation we can do what the function that mediation.
Do you refine the data in the mediation box, or do you refine it after it is out of the mediation box?
So if company is spending on the mediation system so much of amount, so that is the reason they are taking the mediation system, because they want to play with the data, they want to keep the data, and they want to do some analysis on based on the customer is using this much of amount or this number they are calling. So they use it for that way, because we have a large data that is coming in a second for the multiple customers, so they want to do something more with the data. Optimization, yeah, optimization you can still do it, like in the later system as well. We have some validation while doing the acquisition of the transactions, so we have some validations there. You can put on that validation and you can reject that transaction for the rating and charging. It's not actually functional consultant. The consultant who are dealing with the mediation system before CC, so it's their job. You can just tell it, you can just tell, like, we don't want these kind of transactions coming to CC, please put some validation there. You can request filters. Yeah, so in the notepad that we were seeing, like, we were having this customer phone number. So in this customer phone number, how the system will get to know which provider contract. So in the access, I already told you, like, we know, like, this the customer is having this phone number, the unique service identifier, and it is having which service, data service, and this service is a start date, end date. It is connected to this provider contract, and it is connected to this charge plan. So from this number, the CC will get to know to whom, to which customer he has to charge, and to which provider contract and which charge plan the customer is subscribed. So this is the functional model that we were discussing. So I think pretty much you all guys understand, like, what are these things and how it is going from one to another, and how it is relating to the master data. So this is the same definition that we have just seen, that what is chargeable item class. So it consists of the property. Uh, it has a table kind of a structure, so it consists of the properties. Like, say, user property, you can define it is having some technical service ID, some technical data, all these the columns it is having, and it is used for the usage transaction, for voice call, SMS. We create a different chargeable CIC for the services. Yeah, integration is there, like, automatically the file will come to network, then mediation will pick from the network every time, and then it's in mediation they will run a program which automatically runs and convert the raw usage to the SAP CC readable format, and then it will place into the directory of like call, usage, SMS, the directory that we have told them. Then if it is this kind of transaction, place it into this directory, and from there, from that directory, the other tool will pick and send it to CC. It's a configuration of the mediation system. Once you place the mediation system, you will define, like in CC we are doing the configuration for pricing and charging. In a similar way, the mediation system, it's also a tool where you need to define the rules and regulation, that how you pick the raw usage from the network and how you convert into the CC format. So you define again the format, output format. You take the input, you define the output, so that the output automatically get generated into our format. Once you are doing implementation, or you are implementing these different modules, So you need to understand the process, like mediation and CC, like what they want, because mediation is giving ultimately data to the CC system only. So they have to talk each other and define the process what they want. Yeah, so chargeable item class, we know that's the service that we are consuming. So in which format we want, it is required in chargeable item class. The charge, what is the charge means? So charge is it consists of the two things, price plan and the charge plan. So price plan is where we define the pricing logic in a decision tree, and it gives finally amount of the customer that the service that customer has used, what could be the price of that the usage that will come from the price plan. Then what is charging plan? So charging plan is basically for in the decision tree, it will select the customer. In case of postpaid, it will be a subscriber account. If it is a prepaid, it will give you the prepaid account. So the charging plan will give you to which customer this transaction we need to charge. So charging plan is used for that. Then we have charged item class used to configure the information which is required for the output downstream application. So this is the purpose of the charged item class. Then we have the charge plan. So under the charge plan we have charge, and under charge we have price plan and charging plan. So this is the charge plan, which is basically the goods or services sold by the service provider. So the catalog of the vendor, the plans, the different services that the service provider is offering to their subscribers. So that different plan, we called it in CC as a charge plan. For example, service provider is providing you voice plan, some text plan, data plan, and you have subscribed for the multiple plans. So all these plan, we will map it in CC as a charge plan. And a charge plan can consist of one or more charges, because under the charge we need to create a different charges for to calculate the price for voice, for text, for data, and all this. So we can define a different charges, because one plan calculation can consist of multiple charges. If you are selling a bundled plan, then that you are buying some hardware with the phone service. So in that case, a plan consists of two things. So charge plan is only one, but the charge is for two. One is for hardware to calculate recharge. If it is hardware, so it's okay, it's a one time, it's really don't need. But if you are subscribing for a service where you are using a recurring service, and you are using service plus which is based on the usage, so within that plan you have two type of charges, usage charge and the recurring charge. So we will have two charges under one charge plan. So that is the case where we can say example of charge plan is having a multiple charges. Then we have like refill item class, describe a refill event. So whenever the prepaid will come, so we always need a refill event where we need to CC need to understand, okay, the customer want to refill their balance, so they simply call and refill the balance, and threshold amount they need to check. So it's for that refill logic. It's totally different from the postpaid. They always keep on checking the money, the units, what the customer is consuming, keep on deducting from the current balance, and it's a real time. So CC will always need to uh, uh, check the customer account balance and all these logics. And we have the same way, like we have charged class, or we have chargeable. So we have refill item class and we have charged item class. So for prepaid we have the refill record class. So this is like output to the downstream system in the same way that what our CI system want. And the refill plan, it's same like we have like charge plan in the postpaid system. So define the refilling condition, that how the customer has charged for subscribe for that every 15 days they will refill their account or like that. And allowances is also like same. For allowances we have allowances plan, allowances logic, and the event class. So this is the same thing that we are using. The provider contract, we already know that it's a long-term business agreement that service provider and customer is having. So what it consists of, it referencing the the charge plan, from where the CC we know like which charge plan customer is subscribed, and in the contract we know the multiple items that customer has subscribed. So we should have the multiple charge plan, or the if in case of prepaid, it is referencing only to one refill plan that the customer is subscribed. So the in case of prepaid, it cannot take more than one refill. So every plan will take only one refill plan. And access, we need that combination of the user property, and it connected to the master data of provider contract and the charge plan. So that subscriber account, we already know that it is the business partner, and customer, that service and customer of the service provider. So we are, I think, done with the session.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the SAP HYBRIS Product Content Management, PCM module? Option A, to manage product catalogs and content. Option B, to handle order processing. Option C, to analyze customer behavior. Option D, to manage marketing campaigns. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a supply management whiz? Our SAP HYBRIS course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll delve into SAP HYBRIS, your go-to tool for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced tips, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to guide you and answer any queries you may have. And our students, they're loving it. Just like you, folks have found our course incredibly useful. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to master SAP HYBRIS? Enroll on our page now. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
So okay, let's start with the today's session. So good evening to everybody and good morning. So so yesterday we have discussed about specific to convergent charging. We have already seen the master data from the customer point of view, the subscriber, the external account, and the provider contract, and the access, how the technical data is related. And after creating the master data in convergent charging, we were going towards the service master data, the service that customer is taking from the service provider. So for that, to utilize that service and how the service should be rated and charged. So for that, what is required in SAP convergent charging and SAP CC? So that we have discussed yesterday. We have seen the functional data model, like how the charge plan, uh, the charges, the CIC, the chargeable item class, the pricing and charging algorithm, and how it is connected to the charge plan, and the charge plan is then connected to the customer master. So that yesterday we have discussed, and how the overall process, like from um, the simpler in a simpler step, how we can say, like from network to the mediation. If we are you the customer is doing some usage, then how it comes to the CC, and how CC will charge, and how the output of the CC will go to the downstream system. So we have seen some objects that we are going to use while we create the charge, or we create the pricing in SAP CC. So what terms or object we are going to use. So we have seen, like the first thing, like chargeable CIC, that we need to create, because it is needed for the SAP CC compatible format. We can use the property of what customer has used. So based on that, we can create our price and charge based on it. So that is the requirement of CIC, and the use of CIC. And then we have seen the charge is what we are going to finally charge to the customer the amount. So the charge is like what type of service the customer is using. So in charge, we generally comprises of the price plan and the charging plan. Price will give you how to calculate the service that customer has used, what would be the price of that event. So the plan will give you the amount of that, and the charging plan will tell you to whom we need to charge. And we have seen the charged item class. Charged item class is the output for the downstream system, the billing system that we are going to provide from the CC. And we have seen the charge plan, which is similar to what customer is subscribing. So whatever we are offering to the customer, the plans, different plans, we call it charge plans in SAP CC. And under this umbrella, all the different charges what customer is using will all come under this plans, and it can consist of one and more charges. And we have seen, if we talk about the prepaid, then the terminologies changes or object name changes. In Instead of CIC, we use refill item classes, and we have a logic of refill logic, how we will refill the balances for the prepaid customer, and how we need to rate and charge for the prepaid. And charged item class will called as refill record class, the output to the billing system. A refill plan is same like charge plan for the prepaid. And we have similar, like postpaid and prepaid. We have some allowances plan, where we will have allowances plan, logic, and event class. And after that, we have provider contract, access, and the subscriber account. So these are the master data that we already discussed. So yesterday we discussed on how the data will flow, how we will create this different object, and how different object will be integrated to each other, and so that it can give final output from the CC. So any confusion on the last session that we have discussed yesterday, so that we can go forward, and we'll see in the system, like how we create with simple example in CC. We will do some trial run, how the prices computes, and from the decision tree, if we give some input. So we'll see today. This is today's agenda, that what we have discussed, and what are different component or functions that we add in the decision tree to make the pricing requirement in CC. Yeah, the data generally start at from the BART tool. We have like in SAP CC architecture. So BART tool just do the acquisition of the rating or call your core tool to do the rating for this transactions, or the IC just for the import and export of the data. If we are not using the mediation, so who will give the transactions to the BART tool? So IC will come, will import data from the network and will export data to the BART tool, and then BART tool technically arrange like what should be the scheduling of all the event that is occurring. You want it real time, you want it keep it for the day end. So these kind of scheduling will done in that tool. Then finally the core will come. So major part is like core, SAP core, that which are doing the rating and pricing. That most of the part of IEC and BART, like more of the technical things. Then once it is set up, that doesn't require any much change. So but the pricing and rating, which is the major part, you can say the 80% thing that you need to keep on changing. You need to take a requirement from the client, you need to configure all the plan, all the offerings, and what you are going to expose to CRM. So all these the major part that we are currently discussing. So now this is the scenario, like we have this customer who is subscribing for the charge plans. So we know like customer can or subscriber can subscribe for the one plan or the multiple plans at a time. So this is the diagram which is showing, and these all charge plan will be the part of the provider contract. So when you create the provider contract, we have all the detail that what the contract the customer has signed, what are the items or the rate plans that customer has subscribed will be part of the contract provider item. And from there we got to know that which charge plan the customer has subscribed, and these charge plan we are going to configure in SAP CC. So basically the rating process represent of the consumable event. That is, we can say like consumable event would be what are like uses consumption. Customer is using something, or if we are subscribed for any fixed charges, or you can say subscription which we going to charge periodically to the customer, or it can be any recurring thing. If the customer has subscribed for something like which needs to be charged every month or every week, these kind of thing, or it could be any one-time activation. So these kind of event that will trigger the core tool to calculate the prices. And the rating process supported by an object, we know like it's charge plan. From there it's all started, because under the charge plan we have multiple charges. Within charge we have the price and charge plan, and all the CIC will come under that. So the charge plan we already talked, like it is mapped to the commercial product in the SAP CRM vendor catalog or the provider service catalog. Because in the CRM the customer will know like what service provider is offering. So similar to that, whatever the plans we are providing, it should be present in CC system to calculate the plan charges. And if we don't use CRM, we can use some other system as well for the front end. So whatever the catalog we are going to provide to the customer, similar that plans will be connected into the charge plan of CC, and it will called as in CC that the customer is subscribed for the different charge plan. If we talk about like SAP CC tool. And this, like, we will see the bottom up approach to configuring. Like, we will go from creating the master data for the customer, then we will create the um, service master data. So this is like the process. In simpler term, we can say, like, what is the first step if we have the usage data. So first we will go with the chargeable item class CIC. We need to configure because we want that what customer is using. So we need, like, if customer is dialing to some number, so which number customer is dialing, from which number he has dialed, what is the duration of the call, or what he is making, which SMS he has made, or the data, how much data he has used. So all kind of these different information, based on that our logic will trigger. So all these information will come through this chargeable item class. So it is having a table kind of property, which is having some some default property of this CIC table, which is given by SAP, and we have some user property. Based on the requirement, we can define our some property like number dialed, calling number, duration. So these the property, user property, what is our requirement, we can define our uh, columns in a table, or you can say different property based on the service customer is using. And after this, we have the charge, the second part. The charge will take the is a combination of charging plan, and it's a combination of price plan. So here, this is a kind of tree that we configure, and we will see how it configure. We configure this for the any plan. Uh, so this charge will contain how to charge for the service. So it will use the CIC under the charge and will compute the final output that the customer has used. And then we have the third, as we called it, charged item class, which is the output. So this we need to define. It is similar to CIC. The above one is the chargeable item class. This is the charged item class. What we are going to give, we know, like, this is the amount customer has used, but we need to provide some extra information for the billing and invoicing perspective. So here again, we are going to define what are the property that we are going to send here, like string, number, date, or it could be multiple columns under the charged item class. And finally, we will connect these charges to the charge plan. So this is like charge plan, and this is the charge what we have configured. Like, if in this example, if it is charge one, the name of charge is charge one, and this is like mobile plan, so we assign under this. So how, like, this is connecting all the whatever we have discussed, it should be in the step, like how we will connect each other, all these component or objects to each other. So this is the example of chargeable item class. So somebody will ask, like, how we know that how many chargeable item class we need to create, or based on the requirement, how we get to know that for this we need to create a chargeable item class. So there are multiple questions, like why we need chargeable. We know already why we need chargeable, but how to create different chargeable, based on which parameter we decide for this requirement we will need one chargeable or multiple chargeable. So we have some multiple examples. First thing is that we need, if we need to measure the usage, we need to rate the usage, we need to create the chargeable item class. So depending on the services that the service provider is providing, so like say in case of telecom, we have the SMS data call, so we will need to create a three different chargeable item class, because we are providing three different services and every services is having a different parameters, and based on that we will do the pricing. So in that case of telco, the services that we are providing, we will create the different chargeable item class. If we take example of service provider where we have the learn.com offers the lessons through an internet portal where the user can consume, they are providing a service called reading online or downloading a lesson. So these are the two services that the that learn.com is providing to their subscribers. So we have a clarity that two different type of services that the subscriber is going to use. Either they will read online their content, or either they will download the content. So for the two services, obviously rates and prices are different, so we need to create a two chargeable item class. One is for the online reading and second is for the downloading. So same thing that it is mentioned. And the telco, we already know, like um, to bill the customer based on the call duration and all these things, depending on the geographical zone and all these information. So for telecom, this is the example that they have created for the phone call, this chargeable item class. So what are the property of chargeable item class? Once we create on the chargeable item class, we have the default property. Default property meaning is like this is the SAP provided property, which is that you cannot delete this property. This is defaulted, which is given by while creating any class. These three property always comes with that. And apart from that, you can create your user defined property. So like in case of reading online, you can say that what type of content they are reading, and the for how much time they have read online. So these kind of, we can say, duration. So depending on what's the criteria that you need to price or charge the customer, so based on that we can define property. And if we take the example of the telecom, we know like we need calling number, from where the number has been called, the duration, how much time the customer has made a call, and the graphical zone, like from which location the customer has dialed the number, like say the region, because for every graphical zone we have a different charges within the country, so that is required. So this is like based on requirement we have created this six parameters. Three is already there. So this is basic, like consumption date. We know we on which date this has been consumed. User identifier, we know like this is the unique identifier for the customer, the number of the customer. Service identifier is like for which service this usage has been done, call or SMS or reading or downloading, whatever. So this is like we have seen what is the property of chargeable item class. Within like chargeable item class, now we have a different component that will support the pricing, is like persistent counters. Counter will be used like we in a plan we decided we will give you the 100 minutes free 100 minutes to the customer, but after 100 free 100 minutes we will charge you with some amount. So where we get this value updated that customer has used 100 free minutes, so the counter will come into the picture, and it will keep the count of the free minutes that customer we are offering in a plan. Then we have some parameters which will use for the pricing, like for which product the customer is using, and it is related to the which rate, kind of some information under the parameters, some tables we are having. Tables is required. We have the multiple plan, and based on the type of user and based on the plan, we differ the prices. If it is a standard plan, we offer a different plan. If it is a prime customer, we offers a different. If it is a, or it's a mm, the customer, the organizational customer, we will offer a different plan. So based on different type of customer, the same plan we will offer a different price. We need a table for that, where we maintain all these permutation combination. So these here we will use tables for that. Then we have the pricing macros, that is kind of a routine that we can define once, and we can use it to the different charges or prices. So we have these different components which will support the pricing, and after that we know under the charge we have the charging plan and we have the price plan. So the charging plan will let us know like which component, or you can say to whom we need to charge, and the price plan will tell like different counters we will use. If it is a dependent charge, we will pass on some counters or some components, some flat functions that we will use to compute the charges. So we'll see in the further slide in the system as well, like how we will going to use these things. So an addition of the price plan and the charging plan, we should need to understand what are the different parameter counter table or the macro that we will going to use in a charge, so that we can calculate our pricing. So we need to know what is the meaning of the different counters. If we take the example of counter, we have two different type of counters. We have persistent counters and we have the transient counters. These are the variable that we are going to use in our price and charge plan section. And the why we have these two different type of counters, because they have a different property that we will use based on the information. The tables we have discussed, that we will use the type of table, transition, tier, mapping, and the range table, the type of table we have, which will use to store the data, and based on that in the charge we will calculate our price and rates. And similarly the pricing macro we have seen in the last slide. So it's a kind of a reusable module, we can say. It's kind of function module. If we once define, we don't need to define each and every time. We will just call this function macro in the multiple charges, so it doesn't require, if we know like this is going to use in each and every charge. For like say if for the telecom we need, if the customer for the dial number, if the country code is +33, so the country code will returns to the Germany. If it is +44, it is UK. If it is plus 66, it's Singapore. So these kind of the prefixes from the number dial, and we know like this is going to use in multiple charges to calculate. So we will not going to define for the each and every charges. So what we will do, we want to reuse this thing so that we can reuse in multiple charges. So what we will create a pricing macro for these requirement, and once pricing macro is created, we simply call it under the price. So we don't need to redefine each and every time. So this is the usage of this to minimize the effort of configuration, so that we don't need to do each and every time this configuration. So this is how this charge will look like. This is a usage charge. It is having a different component. This is the CIC that we have connected to the charge, and it will use the property of this chargeable item class CIC. And we need to give the name of the charge name. once we create, and we have a different tab under the charges, the definition where we will create that what kind of currency the charge is having. It is a master charge or it is a dependent charge, and the name, it is having some parameters. Based on that, we will do the calculation. It is having some counters, and so that we can calculate the free minutes, or based on the consumption we can do the calculation. So counters is there, and we have at the left hand side we have some component toolbar. We will see in the later side what are these different component, because all these price plan will use these different component to create this tree. So we know like from where this is coming, which function we need to use. For that we need to know what are the different component, and this section is called the charging plan, and this section is called the price plan. So these are the two different section of the charge. And this is called the tree display area, where we see how this tree is configured. So this is how the charge will look like, and how we assign the CIC here. So it will give you some brief information like how this all different object is connecting. So these are the component bar that we have seen the left hand side while we configure the charge. So we need to know like what are these different components, so that at least we can create one simple charge or the complex charges. So these uh, these are the component. It is grayed out if we are the branch of something like if this is like before adding a rate. If you have not adding a rate, you only this function is active. First we need to add a rate. Rate, we will see in the next slide what rate will contain, what kind of rate it is. It is a usage kind of rate, it is a one shot kind of rate, or it is a recurring kind of rate. First you need to define a rate. Once you define a rate, and after the rating, you will get this activated, this different component, functions, comparisons, splitter operators. We will see what are these things. And before adding a rate in a charging plan, this is for the charging plan. This we were seeing in the price plan. So if you're selecting the charge plan that you are configuring, before adding a rate, you need to define what is the charging parameter, and after adding a rate, you need to define to which type of customer the references you need to give, and or you can use the comparisons as well for the under the charge plan. So basically this component toolbar will tell you that which tool will use to which plan, price plan or charge plan. So these are the different component that we will see, just for just to familiar like what are these different things. So the charge triggering, this is a example of the master and the dependent charge. So master charge is always like triggering arrival of the chargeable item, and it is giving you the event like when it is triggered. So we know like if any transaction has been occurred, the customer has uses something, we know it's come under a chargeable item or the usage record, CIC. Or it can if we have some scheduler in a batch, that can also trigger this. So it's only for the triggering. So if we have some master and the dependent charge, so it's a relation it is giving you like how the master will trigger the dependent charge. For that, like we have the type of charge. Once we define, this is the master one, and this is the dependent charge. So when the corresponding master charge is triggered, the dependent charge has the same rate component, and such as when the usage rate component used in both the master and dependent charge. So like if we are using something, uh, this is the component where we know, like if customer is using use something and which doesn't have any charges for that, this is a free component that we are using. This is uh, this is this is free charges that we are giving to the customer, so we really don't need to go here and check what are the calculation for this. So it is showing as cross that this charge will not go here to check. But if it is a monthly fee, which we don't know, like what is the price of that. So here it is showing it will go under the dependent charge. It will see what is the logic under this, and this amount to pay will gives you some amount, like we need to charge with 10 euro of this monthly fee. So this will revert the changes here. So this is how the master and dependent charge will work and when it is triggered. So in case of event where we don't need, so it will not go. If we need, so it will go to the different charge and it will take the price from there and update. We have this price plan, which is going to give you the price associated with the usage or the subscription. And this is, we know like what type of rates we are having. This is a rating tree, the calculation, all these things. And this is when it is triggered, the arrival of the usage record. Once any usage arrived, then this service will trigger. And any provider contract event, like if anybody is activating some plan, or if customer is suspension, or we are suspending the customer, or we are resuming some services. So in these case, in these events, this is triggered. And we have third option, the event. If it is a recurring, we know in every month or annual subscription or a monthly subscription, so automatically this price plan will trigger. And charges will also trigger if it is a master charge, and if it is having some dependent. So these are the different event which is giving you the example when this is triggered actually. So these are the um, four different actions, or the criteria where these price plan triggered. One is when the usage is written, and if some customer is having activation, suspension, or resumption. Then if it is recurring, then automatically on the anniversary date it will trigger. And if it is a master or dependent, if master is triggering, then the dependent will trigger. So these are the triggering event or activities. So this is what we have seen, like these component. And this component is like once we have the rate, we have only these three type of rate within the charging. SAP CC, all rates will fall under this category. Either it's a usage based, so usage rate will be used. Recurring rate, if it is a recurring kind of rate, every month we need to take a rental kind of thing. If it is a one shot rate, the activation, the resumption, or suspension kind of thing, one shot, that we will take it under one shot rate. So it is the main uh, trunk of the pricing tree, the main branch of the pricing tree, under which we will use all these kind of different comparators, comparators that will use to compute the prices. Different functions under this. We have splitters, which will come at the beginning of the branches. So this is telling like what are the operators, where the position under the tree this will have. This will always have beginning of the tree. This will have down in the same branch, and we have the functions which always have at the end of the tree. It's kind of leaf that will tell you a flat function will tell you that this is the flat price that we need to charge uh, for this customer. So these are different component and what are the positions under the tree. So just for that. So the rating component, we know we have different type of rate and its location under the component family is always at the top. That's always at the top. We need to uh, remember if you do something, so it will give you error. So rate will always be at the top with what kind of rate it is, and for that rate, what is your calculation? All the functions will come under that. So the function we have seen, it calculate the final amount and what is the location inside the tree. It will always at the end of the branch of the tree because it will calculate something. This into this duration into the price will give you something. So this will come, this will achieve through the functions. So this is the always the end of the tree, the branch of the tree. We have some comparators. So it generate at the middle of the branch, it will always have middle area, the position, and why it is needing some evaluation property. We'll see like once we use this. And splitters is like split a number or duration into two part and generate multiple branches, and the location will be always in the middle area of the decision tree. And operators is always like for the calculation context, and it will be also in the middle area. So the more like the comparator component will use for the compare the property of the same type. Why we use three when we use this, so we should know like if you want to compare some property of the fields of the chargeable item class. So we can use like if this is the country code, this should be the country name. So these kind of comparison, if we want, we will use the comparators there. And for splitters, if we want to divide a numerical property or date into something, then we will use in this decision tree. An operator modify the counter value, like say if customer has used 10 minutes already, next time again usage is coming, so we need to increase with the usage that they have already done in this transaction with the previous value. Like say 5 minutes they have used in this event, so 10 plus 5 will be 15. And we have like different type we have seen in the diagram, so like we can use in different plans. So rate we know already. Usage rate, it is specific to the CIC. Without CIC we cannot create usage rate. It compute an amount using the CIC fields, CIC property. And the recurring rate, we know it's a scheduled or periodic. It could be daily, monthly, weekly, whatever the periodicity of your charge. It can be as a period, or it can be the start of any month, it can be end of any month or period. It can also be like prorated if you want. It can be synchronized with your bill cycle. You want my bill cycle is each of first of every month, so recurring can be synchronized with that. What is your bill cycle? So recurring is used of that. and can we synchronize with the pricing condition in SAP CRM what the customer has subscribed. They want the middle of the month, so we can do that as well. And the same example like monthly subscription fee, and we have like one shot charges, the activations and suspension and all these things. If we go for the any installation kind of thing, these all come under the one shot rate. And now we have the functions, because after selecting the rate we need to assign it to some function to do the calculation. So we have given with some predefined functions here that we do the calculation, like say flat function, compute a fixed price. You want a service kind of we know this is a one-time activation fee, so it will require a 10 euro or 5.540 euro of the charge for that. So in just you define the flat function, you give the value. So whenever this run, it will compute the price that and that way. It doesn't require any kind of formula there because it's a flat function. It's a fixed charges. Linear function, it's something like you want the permanent charges is 0.40, or in case of printers, you are leasing out the printers, and the consumption is based on the number of pages that you have print from the printer. So these calculation we need, like how many number of pages the customer has print. So this is comes from the CIC, the number of pages, and we know the price of each page is 0.40 euro. So we will multiply with that, and plus one is like kind of a charge that you need to pay, a fixed charge. So AX plus B. So this is the calculation. For that we need to use the linear function. And we have generic function where we have some like AXY plus VB. So like 0.25 into number of person into duration of call plus one. Like we are charging for a company for the employees that they are using services and they want a single bill. So we have like number of persons also we need to include with the duration of call for a day. So we can use this generic function there. And we have a polynomial function as well, where we have more different complex calculation. So these kind of different functions that we are having, so depending that we will use. We have the free function where we don't want to compute any price, no transaction produced by the rating engine, and no record is saved in the billing engine. We know like we have some free minutes and free services within the plan where we don't want to charge for the customer. Like say for SMS, we company generally don't charge if the customer is subscribing for a big for the large what I can say, the big plan, the amount is having like more than $500 a power user plan that they are opting. So for power user plan, they don't charge for the SMS. So everything which is coming for SMS, we don't want to calculate the prices. So what we will do, we will attach a free function under the price plan. So whatever kind of usage will come, so that will not calculate anything and will not create any output from that. No excess is like no price is computed, and we want some exception to be written by the price and rate engine. Like say if some absurd value like is coming from the prefix, like if we have defined prefix like plus 001, something is coming which is not the part of the calculation to identify. So the system should return some exception message that we don't recognize what kind of number has been dialed. So we can put no access if we have condition. If we have +3C, so return this country name. If we have +6S, return this company name. Else, if we don't find these all combination, so that means that should be wrong value is coming. So in that case, in else we can return no access. We can attach a no access function there, so it will never return any value and will raise a exception. We have macro function. We already discussed the pricing macro, where we don't need to define the configuration. We know this is a very recurring, not recurring, this is a very um, useful, a reusable object or a thing that we need each and every time. So better to create a macro of it and use it into different charge. So reusability. So this is the first example that today that we are going to use, and in the CC, and we will configure this charge. So what is the business case or use case we have? We need to create a charge for the pricing of recurring event which is related to call service, and monthly fee for the charge should be triggered on the first of every month with the fixed amount of 30 euro. So this is the requirement that business is giving to us, and how we will create this in CC, that we will see. We will select catalog. This is my catalog. So this is this window will come. So we know this is mobile recurring charge. So this is the name I have given. Currency will take euro, and this is not usage based, so we don't need to assign any chargeable item class, and parameters is also not required. This is simple recurring, so we don't actually need anything. So the second is the charging plan, and here if you click, you need to give the charging reference name. The type is postpaid or prepaid, to which account you want to charge. So I have selected postpaid, then I give the reference name. It should be like, I can give test ANK. This is my postpaid account, and under the default charging you need to give some internal reference, like the customer that you have defined for default charging. We will select here the test ANK. So this is the charging customer. Okay, so charging plan part we have completed. Now this is the price plan. So I'm writing price plan here. Okay, here in the price plan we need to select which kind of rate. So our business case is we need to create a recurring rate. So I am selecting a recurring rate. And this is recurring rate is what kind of recurring rate? We need to define a monthly fee. So this is the monthly fee that I am defining, and the recurring rate trigger, when it should be triggered. So we have a case, it should trigger on every month and for the first. So month I have selected, every month I have selected, and we have multiple options like every first, 11, 12, whatever you want. And we have option like first of the month. We can select first, second, whatever. We have first of every month. This recurring should be triggered, and what should be the time? It should be the 12 a.m. from that the day it is starting. Okay, and so this is the price, this is the rate that we have configured. Then we need to assign the charge. So we go to the functions. We'll go for the flat function because we know this is the fixed amount. So we know this is a monthly fee, 30 euro fee. Here we will give the fixed amount. So it's okay. So do we need anything? Are we, is anybody, we need anything else, or is it okay? We define this requirement.
So you define the charge and the pricing plan. That's it, right? As of now?
We defined a rate, recurring rate, and 30 euro it should be charged. We defined every month and what time, what date it should trigger. So we are done with this requirement. We have configured charging plan, we have configured price plan. So our this charge, monthly mobile recurring charge, has been completed. So now we will go and verify, is there any error? There is no error. You can see there is no red. Flat function name is 30 euro and this is 30. We will see, read our price plan. First we'll see how it is working, then again I'll tell what I have done. So this is read price plan. So how it is reading, this is a readable layman language where like every month at first at 12 a.m. to pay 30 euro. So you can actually see what you have configured and how our price plan is. So I think we have pretty much covered our requirement that every month at the first of every month, then the customer has to pay a recurring fee of 30 euro. So we are good to go. Now we will do a trial run of this, whether we have configured correctly or not. So this is the event date. You can see it is coming as 1st of the March, which is the next month. If I start, so you can see the monthly fee 30 euro, it is returning. So it is working correctly. The event date is 1st of the March. You have run on the 7th of February. The next would be the next month of the 1st. And 12 a.m. it is triggered. The event date is the 1st of the March. It will trigger. This event will trigger whenever you run. You run tomorrow or in between of the Feb. It will always trigger. This event will trigger on the 1st of the March at 12 a.m. And what would be the output? It is the 30 euro. This is the line item that will generate it. So this is a monthly charge, right? You have subscribed for the service. So we have not selected that prorated or something. If you want that, you can do it, but that function is different, that how you want to prorate. This is a very simple example where we need to charge this fee, whether if you subscribe in the middle of month or at the end of the month. So this is a requirement where for the service, you will have to pay 30 euro. So this is like the trial run output of our use case, and it was successful. The event date we already know. The next event date is the 1st March, and we have ran it for the 7th February, and the line item it is triggering is the 30 euro. So which is achieved. Now we'll go for the second use cases where business is saying you need to create a charge for the pricing of the usage event related to call service. And the requirement is like if the customer dialed to the number starting with +33, the rate per minute is 0.15. If it is +61, it should be 0.50, and if it is +1, so it should be anything other than that would be the 0.02 euro. So this is the requirement where we need to measure the usage, that how many minutes customer has used and what number he has dialed, and then we need to calculate the price. So this is a bit complex requirement where the usage is coming. So we'll see like how we will cater this requirement. So we'll go for the so this use case is for the usage. So we need first chargeable item class. So we will create this chargeable item class. CIC for call. I have given this name chargeable item class for call. I'll create some user property. This is the default property we already discussed, which comes already with this class. Every class we define the number dialed. If you want to give description, you can give dialing number. We need duration. I can select it as number or duration. And we need anything else, calling number, dial number, duration we are having, and we'll create some more in case if we want. 1 minute. No, this is not in the chargeable item class. So my number is actually, it's okay if in our example it's not needed, but if we need graphical zone, then we can define here area something. So like we have defined these three user property, we have given the name, and now we will save to the database. So we'll select the catalog, which catalog we need to save. Yeah, so message successfully created. So now we have the CIC. Now I'll go to new. I'll go to charge. I'll select the catalog. So I give name to this mobile usage based charge. So parameter, we can take some example of counter, like minute used, consumed minute. We will set to 0 here, and it is all same. Master charge, currency is okay. We will assign here once we define the rate, then we have an option to assign the chargeable item class. Can somebody give me the answer why it is not coming right now to give me the option to assign? So we know CIC is for the usage. So once you select the rate type usage, then only you will get that option to assign. This is a price plan for usage. You can see the chargeable item class option is coming here. This is the usage rate or usage price plan based on prefix charging. So I have multiple charge classes. We will use CIC for call that we have just created. Okay, so we are here. Okay, we have created a rate. Now we need to choose a comparator. We will use here the string. So this is what should we say? The pricing based on prefix of dialed number. Property name. So we know it should be the number dialed. Operator is equal to actually it's equal to the, but we need some that property here. 1 minute. This is, we are talking about the number that you have dialed. For that number, what is the prefix? So 1 minute. We is equal to the string value. We will here read a function. We'll read uh, one minute. So property so here we need to give values. 1 minute. Call, no, this is not. While here is plan, the charge plan. Okay. So actually this we the charges the CIC, and then when we do the operator start but the option is not we need like plus 33, the numbers, we want the multiple value, so the same thing is not coming. Okay, so CIC is already assigned here. We have this parameter, and default charging we'll first assign to the internal reference. Okay, we haven't defined this charging plan. So it's like test ANK, the default charging. We'll give charging postpaid. I'll remove this CIC. I'll see the property here. Number dial is okay. If now I'll go the comparator, or I can go with the comparator, and I'll do this. And the property is number dial. Start with okay. And to the destination. Check. We want to check the destination. Now access the linear function. We can see the duration, and here I put 1 minute. The string value is, if it start with plus 33, that we can do it. And what is the fee? Like 0.15 euro for plus 33, and the scaled amount, it should, and fixed amount is 0. So whatever the duration, it will multiply with the scaled amount. And we still need some counter information. So we'll assign increment the counter. Here we use the minute used and add to the value based on the duration. So this will basically the number of minute that the customer has used. It will increment the counter. And if we don't start with a number, so what we can do here, we'll assign generic, no, not generic, the linear function. If not plus 33. We can choose the property duration. The amount is like 0.20. Sorry. And we will give fixed amount 0, and we want to update the counter. Choose the minute used variable, the value, and this is the duration. So we'll do the verify. It's verified, no error. Then we'll do the read price plan. So how it is on occurrence of chargeable item CIC. If the number dial start with +33, so 0.5 into the duration plus we don't have any fixed amount, so it is 00, and add value duration to the counter. So we will add the counter how many minutes the customer has used. Else if that number is not there, so what we will do, we will just 0.2 euro and into duration +00, and we will increment the counter. So this is what actually we want. Now we will do the trial run. So we have the number dial field. Like say this data is coming in this field, and I have a number like starting with this something, and the duration I can take 10 minutes. Okay, so if I run, so we have, so it is 1 minute. Okay, so you can see if I use for 10 minutes, my charge is 1.5 euro. And you can see the minute used is incremented with 10 minutes. So can you see how the pricing is working, how the tree is working, how it is giving the output of the usage? If I change this number to +2, 3, if I run this, so it is giving me 2 euro, right? Because we have 2 euro charges if the number is not started with +33. So are you getting it?
Yes.
So this is like how we have used, this is the second use case based on the prefix number that you have called, how we are calculating the prices. You can, it can be anything in CIC, like if you are using for 25 minutes, if you are calling to some other number like +53, and the pricing will give you this 5 euro. If you are doing this for the number, you can, in same way you can define for the multiple countries if you have the requirement. So it is giving you the price, and which is correct. And we can see the duration, and if we want to test the counter as well, so what we will do here, minute used. Like say in our last example, customer has already used 10 minutes previously, so I have given the value in the counter 10 minutes because it will save the last usage. And uh, if I come here, let the value save. Yeah, if I run, you can see the minute used is the 35, right? 25 is your current usage. Previous was the 10, so it has incremented the counter to 35. So you can see how this function is working and how this linear function is giving you the value of 3.75, how your increment counter is doing the increment for the minute usage. So all is working. You can even go with the different functions and you can execute. You can see this function is executed, so it is giving you the price of that, and the minute used is not yet run, so it is still 10. Once it is run, so it is 35, and it again go to the branch, the top node of the tree, because it is not satisfying. It is satisfied the first requirement of if else. If I'll do this plus 3 to some other, and then I go one by one. So you can see the in the destination, during the destination check, it is not giving to this branch of the tree, it directly going to this tree, and it is executing this function. So this is €5, and this is the minute used 35. So it is clear that what the example we are using and how it is working, each node and the function, how it is giving the value. The system, this is connect to SAP CI system with the charged item class. When we configure the charge plan, so we need to give, this is the output that we are getting, like say this trial run is giving the uh, 1 minute, giving some euro, like €15 or something, some value. So this €15 will sit into some format. Like this is the customer BP number, this is the CA number, this is the duration that customer is using, this is the technical identifier. The price plan when we configure. So it's a responsibility of the not price plan, the charge plan responsibility. Whatever the output of this charge, it convert into the charged item class format, and technically the system is connecting, so automatically that charged item output will appear in the CI system. Then CI system will take that item into a billable item format, and then from billable item they start with the bill, then it create the build item because it is already built. Then from build it go to the invoicing, then it is invoiced item, then after invoiced it will go to the finance that we are posting to the customer account. So it will go like that. So connection is not very problematic or the concern for us. We at least need to know how to configure this requirement and how we need to create in the format of the next system, what format they want. SAP CI system, it is a connection where yeah, kind of XML you can say, the data will flow, but automatically when you open the CI system, so in SAP system it will be in their format. They will pick up and convert it into the screen of billable item. So um, you can imagine, like we have in Excel we have multiple field, same like in chargeable we were having 3 property default and 3 user based property, 6 column we have. In a similar way in charge class we will having some 10 columns. So in same way it will go and sit there in SAP screen. CI will never know like how you have, what price plan you have, what charge plan that you have configured in CC. This CI only know what item you are providing him as a billable item, that they need to just simply bill an invoice. They don't know how you are calculating, and we don't know. That is the reason that they have given you the separate uh, tool for the pricing, because we have don't have the burden on the ECC server that they are, the same server is doing pricing, same server is doing billing and invoicing. We have separate server for the pricing logic, so that even for the session based rating, where the online prepaid customer is come, so real time basis it is coming to CC, asking to CC what is the balance. Now we need to trigger something, we need to stop the service. So for that, that million of transaction is coming, so we have a separate tool, or we can say separate server for the all these requirement to fulfill. So system doesn't need to connect to ECC, because again, if you need to connect ECC, so it will not give you that much fast output. So we have this box, and this box only connecting to the output, and no CRM will know what is the different tree that you have created inside CC, not even CI. No, they only know what input CC want and what output CC is giving to CI. So it's like that. So it's clear. Like web services who's going to connect, like if you are using some ERP system, so you connect with some SAP system backend, you send some data to SAP system after doing all the activity, or if you want some information you take from some other system. So we know in a real life in business, we interact with the different system, even if it is Java or SAP. So it is connecting technically either through the middleware or the web services or some RFC connection. So we have multiple technical, you can say, functionality where you can connect the different boxes. So it's totally like how your technical team is doing the connection between the server. In the configuration, you just need to do the configuration, like you need to activate like to CRM system, or in CC you need to do some basic functional configuration, like from the CIC charged item class, it will going to come in SAP CC, in SAP CI in this format. So your billable item class will map to your charged item class. So these kind of basic functional configuration you will do. So basically, so from the technical side, once it is ready, the price has been run, so automatically the information will flow, and will mapping through the mapping, it will sit into the other system. NCI will see like how we are mapping the creating the classes, and same the format that in CC we have created the charged out item class, and how the same we are creating in same format, so that it should both in sync. Connection is like, is okay, once you do the connection, it generally doesn't require much changes, but at least we should know individually how in each and every system you create the data. That is very important. If you have an environment which is all integrated, and if we are creating through CRM and it all replicated in CC and CI, so you will never get to know how the things actually created in different system. Because in a project, if you are going, there is no CRM, there is no CC, then you need to know how to create a master in each and every system. So it is very good. We, in other sense, we can say we don't have connection, so we know each and everything we are creating in every system, and we know, yeah, from the root, the how things are done in the system. Replication is easy, like once you're done with the technical team, it's all done, connection is there, so people doesn't know actually how it is we are creating in ECC PP, how BP is created, how CA is created. But once you create individually, particularly go there in each and every system, so we have a visibility, okay, yeah, this is created only through the integration, the same thing has been called from the backend. So it's a good, like in other sense, we are creating each and everything. So will be easy to understand the master in each and every system or the transaction data that we are creating.
Thank you.
Yeah. So okay, we'll end today's session. Thanks for joining.
Hey there! Want to become a supply management whiz? Our SAP HYBRIS course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll delve into SAP HYBRIS, your go-to tool for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced tips, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to guide you and answer any queries you may have. And our students, they're loving it. Just like you, folks have found our course incredibly useful. And the best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to master SAP HYBRIS? Enroll on our page now. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.